Alright, welcome back, lovely people. Just to recap what happened last time on Yakuza 5, we finished and won the Kojin Classic Cup. Fluffmeister Gen 6 delivered. And we did some sub-stories. One of the highlights was the politician one. It was very informative. Had a lot of really deep cuts on current events, actually, about the declining family having children in Japan, meeting with economic stagnation, as well as declining metropolitan areas. Helped out a 17-year-old who, with the noblest intentions, decided down a slippery slope, and Shinada helped her out in a point of desperation. It was very moving. A really, really strong line in it. The ability to ask for help. Alright. And then we started chatting up his master. His name is Ayanokaji. And he is a person who, I mean, honestly, kind of a psychological dissonance. Where he's basically very convinced about the aristocracy and his nobility, and Shinada is getting reacclimating him to modern standards by applying some classic psychology, actually. So become quite entertaining to see his transition. So far Shinada managed to get him to understand the perspective of not wearing his makeup. He still wears his clothes though. And his attitude is something outside of time. So now we're gonna go back. While we're here, we might as well pick up a healing item or two, because yikes. Definitely not the hottest when it comes to negating a boss that has a permanent weapon and complete armor. Or a master, anyways. Alright. I still have that. Oh, I know why I still have it. Oh, wait. I got something like a... Oh, right. I need a specific weapon, right, to do it. We got a new skill from Ayanokaji, but I don't remember what it was. It dealt with climax heat. I think we need a specific weapon for it. The moment when you wanted to do a heavy attack, but instead he did the 8 billion year stab, and now he can't even stomp on the guy. Oh wait, that guy's dead. Never mind. Just kidding. Oh. And then you don't want to use heat, and it happens. Yep. It was my whirlwind essence. Yeah, you need a pole. You need a long pole. Not like a pipe or something. Alright. Ah, there you are. What do you want? Alright. I think we need to talk to him about life. Advice time. Let's talk about your life. I've already affected many of my changes you have mentioned. I've already affected. Interesting. That's an interesting phrase. But I've yet to see results. These things take time. How old are you again, Leokun? As I've told you countless times, I'm 35. That's not... I mean, they're about the same age, actually. Well, I'll need a little more patience out of you. Considering all the quirks you've developed over the years, I can't fix them all at once. Quirks? What you consider to be quirks are mannerisms befitting a nobleman such as myself. You certainly have no right to criticize me. Yeah, whatever you say. Now what should we do this time, We already got the makeup off, so I guess you should lose those clothes next. Nay. Don't you want to change your look? This garb embodies my very soul. Removing my makeup was trying enough. But how will people know I am of noble birth without these clothes? If looking like an aristocrat is that important to you, then maybe it's a bit too soon to lose those clothes. Time for plan B. I'm gonna ask you a few questions just like before. Now then. You say you want a girlfriend, but are you even able to talk to girls? Is your skull truly that empty? Of course I am able to speak to women. I'm speaking right now, am I not? Did he just... That's not what I mean. I don't see you around girls that much. I thought maybe you were too nervous to talk to them. Oh, I see. Well, I can communicate with them well enough, but I must admit that I am not versed in making idle chatter. But the average wench would not be able to follow my aristocratic discourse anyway. Wench? Jeez. He's making excuses, but it looks like he just knows he can't talk to girls. Now then. What do you do all day, Leo-kun? Clarify. You don't work, but you must have lots of free time during the week. What do you do to, what do you do to pass the time? Whoa. Do not use that phrasing. Hot. Yikes. On the contrary, I have no free time. I have plenty of responsibilities, such as watching TV, playing video games, taking walks, and going shopping. In other words, all his time is free time. Must be nice to be that rich. Now then, have you ever considered getting a job? What an absolute ridiculous question. If you wanted nothing, would you seek employment? Good point. Never mind. Exactly. At last, something we can agree upon. But some people work even if they don't have to. Deep cuts. They want to do something meaningful or contribute to society or something like that. Nobles have lived off tribute offered by commoners and vassals for centuries. We have no need to walk for a living. Working for work's sake is a laborer's virtue and nothing more. It holds no value for me. I'm not the one to talk, but man, this guy is rotten to the core. I mean, I don't see that being rotten, but alright. Just it differs in a difference in perspective. Okay, so you're not that kind of guy who goes out and aggressively pursues love or a career. That is simple. That is simply how we aristocrats roll, to put it in your common vernacular. You peons comply with our every whim. Why would we ever lift a finger? Based on what I've heard so far, I should... Sure. You have to get used to talking to girls. And it takes a lot of practice. Practice, you say? But you don't strike me as a ladies' man, Shinada. Zinger. I'm unsure if I've ever seen you talking to a woman. You're the one to talk, Leo-kun. And anyway, I have my fair share of conversation with women. Anyway, let's have you practice getting to know girls through conversation. The best way to learn is by doing, after all. Not particularly, but it's just more than that instead of compartmentalizing it. Wait, do you intend to toss me into some vulgar establishment again? I've had enough of such dens of debauchery. No, I wouldn't dream of it. Now, follow me. You gonna get to talk to him? Eden? Hostess Club? And here we are. Go on in. But this is a hostess club. This was your plan? To just toss me in here? Relax. This place is really classy. So don't go calling it vulgar or whatever. Just stop your whining already. And stop your whining already. Then you must accompany me. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have... Oh, I knew I shouldn't have gotten mixed up with a witless peasant. Yeah, he just yells at his name. Zounds, again with this. There are moments in your life that you have to face head on. This is one of them. No, I could just as easily walk the other way. Just watch me. He's gonna yell again. Fine, fine, I'll go in. But, Shinada, you must join me. Now, how's that going to help you? I'm not going to be around when you meet the right women. You're on your own here. Will you be joining us this evening, sir? Yeah, a table for my aristocratic friend here. And send over your number one gal. I'm overcome with fear. Bye. Have fun. Is he just gonna stand outside again? Okay. Okay. Janata, I return. Hey there. You seem awfully chipper, Leo-kun. Yes, well, that was quite exhilarating. My hostess was truly number one. So beautiful, and an adept conversationalist, too. That's great. And just think, it's all thanks to me. What are you talking about? All you did was drop me off here. Guess so. Still, that was grand. I never had so deep a conversation with a woman I've met only this very day. Well, it helps that she's a pro at conversation. I'm unsure what all that was about the bottles and the like, but it was good fun nonetheless. Wait. How much did you end up spending? Oh, about 1 million yen. And that half again as much. Ooh, what? But you were only there for an hour and a half, weren't you? I decided I ought to buy the costliest bottle they had. Alas, I drank only one glass and gave the rest to her. That's some serious coin. Man, I could kill myself right now for not going in with you. Well, Shinada, I can say again and with honesty that I'm glad I heeded you despite all that transpired. Yeah, glad to hear it, I guess. Pay me a visit, and I shall whip you into shape, to use the vernacular of your common folk. That's great and all, but why do I feel like I lost? That's a shame. So he's actually loaded. Okay. Perhaps truly of nobility. Just casually dropping 1.5 million yen in 1.5 hours. That's a lot. Guy's got some deep pockets. Oh, you can't run past that. Oh, okay. Let's train. Here we go again. These aren't great, I tell you. This time I'll decide the content of your lesson. Oh, interesting. What? Really? Didn't see that coming. That's because you don't use the mush within your skull you so brazenly call a brain, witless peasant. Now I shall put an iron defense. I want you to figure out how to break it through. How to break through it. Understand? Oh, now that sounds like real training. That's because it is, you dolt. Everything I do is perfect when I deign to put my mind to it. Of course, an iron defense ensures I suffer the least amount of pain, since you seem to be incapable of pulling your punches. Well, yeah. How can I learn anything if I don't give it my all? Alright. Alright, let's get started. Iron defense. So, I mean, can I just... I'm guessing he can... That's a pole. Great. He attacks back. Oh, he's not. He's safe on whiff. Joy. Wonderful. This is so much fun. Camera? Holy camera. So the goal is for him to overextend on his attack? Right. I can't use heat action. Alright, so no matter what, he always does like 50% more damage than I do. Amazing. Guess we're using... How is he positive on everything and I don't get to do anything even after a guard? What the heck, dude? That's a load of rubbish. And he always knows when I'm gonna let go of guard. It's so weird. And all of it is freaking 360. Dude, I so many times he attacks immediately after I let go of guard. You are a butthead reading. And that, I can't actually guard against that for whatever reason. Yeah, the first hit always lands. Okay, maybe that's why it feels like he always hits me. Because I'm not actually letting go of guard. It just overrides the guard. Just keep kicking him. Yeah, okay. Never mind. It's just unblockable. So we just trade. Okay, somehow I could guard there though. I don't really understand. Nope. Ouch, knave. Don't you ever learn? What? Someone needs anger management. Anyway, how's it my fault you failed to keep your guard up? Janata, I mean, your guard kind of sucks too. What? Fie and a pox upon you. I don't know about that word. Just like a peasant, never taking responsibility. I could say the same thing about you, you know. Oh, whatever. I think I get the hang of it. My snapping turtle. Is it something to break guard? You're forgetting this is a lesson and that I am your master. Show me the reverence I deserve. Oh, I'm very grateful, oh great exalted master Ayano Koji. I detect some sarcasm there. Wow, he's actually a student of that. You can show your true gratitude by returning the favor. That means doing... Yeah. Alright. Loud and clear. Loud and clear, buddy. Is it something to break guard? I need some guard breaking, please. Grab onto an enemy and do not let go until you deliver. Hold B when throwing? Enemy. Is this like... I should have tried grabbing him actually. Since he does have some grabbing capabilities. Great. Alright, fine. Take this light. So we don't like stagger around like a goofball. Alright. Can we get your clothes off? That could be phrased differently. Can we get you to change your clothes? Find out. Advice time. Let's talk about your life. Very well. Though I am loath to admit it. Your advice has proven to be effective. It has. Wait. Told you I knew what I was talking about. Do not forget yourself. You are a witless peasant now and forever. Well, fine. Be grateful, however, for among my fellow aristocrats, I alone am exceptionally skilled at listening to opinions of your kind. Yeah. I bet you are. I feel like I should be annoyed at that, but I guess I'm getting used to it, So, what's next? I think I need a little background info first. Okay, let me ask you... It's been a while since you got rid of your makeup. How have things been? Well, my skin seems to shine with a luster heretofore absent from my complexions. No, I meant, how have the people around you reacted? How have they reacted? The same as ever. What for, do you ask? I see, losing the makeup wasn't enough. This is going to be harder than I thought. Okay, let me ask you this. Don't you want to try some new clothes? I already told you no. Do not make me repeat myself. What happened when you went to the hostess club? Did your hostess say anything? Well, I had a look that is all my own. I took it as a compliment. Okay. No, she was just trying to be nice. You probably freaked her right the heck out. I don't think that's a safe assumption, Shinada. But, well, I suppose it's not impossible. You don't look too surprised. When first we met, it was as though her countenance was carved from stone. See? You totally freaked her out. Perhaps it's beyond the abilities of the peasantry to fathom my sublime fashion sense. Yes, I think I just planted a seed of doubt about his clothes. Okay, let me ask you this. Leo-kun, is there anything you want to try? Isn't it a little late to be asking me that now? As a noble, I can do anything I want. After all, I have money, time, and power. Your peasant's perspective is far below mine, so I don't expect you to comprehend that. I must admit, however, that some things are better seen with one's face in the dirt. Hence why I allow you to continue to be my vassal. Wow. Sorry. Guess I'll have to choose. We already tried a bunch of things, so I think it's time to go big or go home. Go big or go home? I cannot fathom what's brewing within the mush of your brain, but I like not the sound of it. Tell him to take him to where the girls are. Completely change his fashion sense. Help him achieve the perfect body. Most of it is girl related, right? Nah, we gotta get rid of the clothing, right? Don't you want to try some new clothes, Leo-kun? You are persistent, aren't you? The clothing is what's holding you back. We won't get anywhere till you make some major fashion changes. I mean, who in the world would want to go on a date with someone dressed like you? Why, you insolent peon, how dare you speak to me like that? Seriously, Leo-kun. I'm telling you flat out, the outfit has to go. Either it goes or I go. Ooh, what? Stop whining. Everything I've helped you achieve will be meaningless unless you ditch that darn cosplay. Now follow me. Cosplay? Wait, should not... Oh? I thought he would just be like, insolent fool, be gone, and then you have to try again. Or something like that. Hey Leo-kun, you got any money? More than you could hope to lay eyes on in your mundane life. Great. I want you to go in the store and ask them to pick out a complete outfit for you. A complete outfit? But if I let someone else choose, how can I ensure they're giving me clothing that agrees with my noble complexions? Relax. Anything they choose couldn't possibly be worse than what you're wearing now. Now shut up and get in there. Very well. I suppose I'll give it a try. What does he look like? Come on. Makeover. Thank you for shopping with us, sir. And there he is, the nobleman himself. Dang. Not bad. I don't know about this. What do you think? You look great, Leo-kun. Especially considering what you were wearing before. I'm unsure how to explain it, but I feel as though I am lacking something. Yeah, what you're lacking is a millennium-old funk clinging to that outfit of yours. Welcome to the modern world. So, Leia-kun, what do you think about your new look? I feel, how to put this? I feel rather patrician. Truly, this ensemble fits one of my high berth. Not so sure I got that, but I can tell you're happy. You look great. Huh. If I need your opinion, I'll ask for it. You're one of the sloppiest dressers I know. Well, that's just rude. I like the way I dress. In any case, I never imagined I could look this good in normal clothes. I guess it pays to try new things. Did I did good? This doesn't have quite the impact as what you've done so far, but I suppose it still counts nonetheless. Yes, I'm on a roll, baby. Now, return when you're prepared to train. The new, more stylish Ayonokoji will grind your face into the dirt like the commoner you are. Okay, I'll be back. But let's forget about grinding faces into dirt, alright? Alright. Alright. I need to eat. What the... And that doesn't do very much. Oh, thank you, camera. All I wanted to do was eat. But you had to go and walk in my way. Oh yeah, this is the expensive place that you only eat like once. Because everything heals you so much in this game. Oh no. I'm just kidding. This is the coach bar thing. Hey, do you serve stuff? Or is it just drinks? Rip. Actually, you know what? Sugar cane. Ooh. Not bad. What happens when you're like just plastic? They have Sky Vodka? Yikes. It's like Sky Vodka joined the party here. It's only relevant because it's from the United States. Surprised they got it. So what happens if you're completely drunk? Do you still walk straight? I mean, I guess we would have to... what do we need to do again? Hey coach, it's training time. Ah, Shinada. So, it's training you want, huh? You ready to be pushed to the limit? Yep, that's why I came to see you. Very well. You got the right attitude. Watching you bat, I noticed something. You have a pretty narrow range for hitting pitches. Maybe you're right. That's usually this little zone where I imagine I can hit the ball, and it's generally quite small. Thought so. If you don't expand the range of your sweet spot, you'll have a rough time against, say, pitchers who throw breaking balls. Well, we already trained all that. This coach was supposed to provide us with like soft bonuses for the batting stuff, but we've already completed it. For real? Those guys always throw me for a loop. For real, those guys always throw me for a loop. Eh. If you can't cover more of the strike zone, you'll get gunned down even by beer league amateurs, let alone that rival of yours. Tell me about it. How can I train for that? Try this. Go to the batting center, okay. The one here in Nagoya, of course. The batting center. Isn't that a bit, I don't know, obvious? It better be. Now look, I know what I'm talking about. Try out the beginner course. We already did that though. Really? It only goes like 100 kilometers an hour. What, you got a problem with that? How fast do you think beer leaguers pitch? Around 100 kilometers an hour. See? What's the problem then? Point taken. So, try hitting 3 homers on a beginner course with random pitch selected. That should broaden your range of sweet spots. You got it, coach. Man, we're already overtrained for all this. Okay. Alright, let's just head back. I wanted to heal up, but this bar does not serve food. Oh, we can go up here though. Okay, we have no like drunk handicap in this game as well. His damage ratios are really low. His regular combo does hecka more. Yeah, we need better weapons, man. Weapons. No! This kind of looks like Cafe Alps. Is it Cafe Alps? In a different location? It is Cafe Alps. Okay. Nice. Oh, yeah. Dang. Guess that's good enough. Get all the coffees. And then a strawberry parfait. Huh. More prize tickets. For when potentially I inevitably have to farm for Kamiyama upgrades. Alright. Nah, we're too far from the batting cages. Let's just complete one master at a time. Really? I can't cross here? Your butt? So many people. Oh, come on. They were squatting right there. Really? Yep, I'm sure his hurt box was so big I clipped him behind while running at a faster speed away. What the heck? Dude. Hey, worm. Off-camera cheats, I tell you. Someone called reinforcements. 5 heads. And what is that complete lack of damage ratio? Feels so bad. Nada, we gotta get you some a decent weapon. A pole, preferably. Luckily, we always have that slide, though. That slide does negative damage, but it's so OP. It knocks people down automatically. I wonder if I could... It said I can hold B, but... Come on, my man. Oh. Oh, dang. That's what it means. You can hold on to them after. Okay, I see. It's really not that useful unless I have some sort of combo throw. Yeah. And they can break out of it. So, Yep. Unless I get whacked off camera. Okay. Alright. Now this guy no longer wears makeup and he is no longer wearing the crazy clothing. I think we can train now, right? Okay. Now he's a normal guy. So, have you decided what you wish to learn this time? You bet I have, especially if it will save me from listening to your snarky remarks again. So, speak. How about we review what I've learned? Huh? Sometimes you need to go back to the basics, right? Let's go over the first lesson you gave me. Yes. I suppose even you have good ideas sometimes. I know, right? Simpleton. Do you expect to be patted on the head like a dog learning a new trick? What? Would you please try to use that pea brain of yours? I will concede that reviewing what I thought is a valuable exercise, but you hardly need me to do that. Go review my lessons on your own. A single second of my thought is worth more than your entire life. Oh, no need to freak out like that. I'm just saying that reviewing is a big part of training, especially in sports. This is not a sport. I am not your coach. This is martial art. And I am your lord and master. Why does everything with you have to be such a hassle? Just help me review what I've learned. Is that so much to ask? Ugh. How you vex me. Fine, I'll use this chance to take out my frustration upon you. That doesn't sound very master-like to me. Prepare yourself, peasant. This may be a lesson review, but only the gods know what I have in store for you. The gods actually care what you're thinking? How dare you? I demand satisfaction. Now prepare yourself. Yeah, let's go. Very well. So the first lesson. What was the first lesson? He just hits me with a baton? Yeah. Oh, he has a guard break now. Oh, he can reversal me on the... Can I hit him with the... Yes, I can. Oh, you know, he reminds me of that Millennium, not the Millennium Town, the Kamurocho Hills guy. I can't use heat actions, so next best thing. Meteor tackle. Whoops. That was awkward. I accidentally tapped. It might have double actuated, actually. Can you stop backing up? Okay. I cannot take this anymore. I feel unwell. I guess that makes sense. What with that pummeling you took? And whose fault is that, brute? Control yourself. Well, I'm glad we did that review. Got something out of it, too. Max the Rift? Mastery? That's probably the weapon durability thing. I still need to get a good weapon. You did? Well, good, I suppose. What? You getting all pouty now? Seriously? Silence! You will never understand the feeling of a noble brutalized at the hand of his vassal. It must be exhausting having to complain all the time. Know your place, peasant, or I shall put you in it. There you go. That's the Leo-kun I know. Can't wait to see where this goes. Huh. One last... Oh, is he gonna get a girl? Let's see if we finally helped him get a girl. Although, Shinada got some good high and low notes when it comes to this. Advice time. Let's talk about your life. And I'm really starting to enjoy this. Calm yourself, peasant. Your enthusiasm is worthless without ideas to accompany it. Listen, Leo-kun. I'm giving it to you straight. There's only one thing to do this late in the game. Practice, practice, practice. Wait, really? You're as prepared as you'll ever be, buddy. It's time to hop out of the nest and spread your wings. Spread my wings. What crazy idea have you come up with this time? Oh, nothing so crazy. Just picking up a girl. Just picking up a... Listen here, you... Stop right there. I know exactly what you're going to say, Leo-kun. I want to meet a girl the right way, not by picking one up. That's so very boorish, or something like that. Yes. Such vulgar behavior is for peasants. I would fain not begin not begin a relationship under such pretense. Raccoon, that's the only way you're gonna get a relationship. What nonsense. You're already 35, right? That's 35 years without a girlfriend, Raccoon. And your point is? You don't have time for a fairy tale romance, man. You've already waited your whole life. Are you just gonna keep waiting until a girl falls into your lap? That's ridiculous. I haven't been waiting since the moment I was born. You know what I mean. Besides, you'll never meet anyone if you keep sitting on your butt. You have to fight. You have to take what you want. You feel me? I don't know. That sounds almost criminal to me. Are you trying to get me arrested? Listen, Leokun, this is like gambling. You can't win if you don't play. And now that we've got that settled, let's get out there and pick up some chicks. I don't know what chickens have to do with it, but very well. Alright. So now what do I do? What do you mean? Well, I've agreed to try, so now you must instruct me. Or have you forgotten that this is not something that one of my station usually participates in? I should have seen that coming. What's the best way to flirt with a girl? Best way to flirt with a girl? I mean... What? Girls love a good compliment. I mean, who doesn't? Perhaps, but just how does one initiate such an encounter? And what should I compliment? Try her appearance or voice. Anything's fine as long as it makes her feel good about herself. Flattery is not my strong suit, but I shall endeavor to woo her nonetheless. Excuse me, fair maiden. You have a moment. Who, me? Fair maiden, how might I describe thee? Thou art as silk upon a spring afternoon, soft and radiant and refreshing. What? I witnessed thy shining from over yonder, and it was then that I knew my entire life was but a drying flame next to thy blazing sun. I have laid eyes upon countless noble dames and damsels, but even their painted countenance cannot compare to the perfection of thy natural complexions. I don't understand. Oh, well, you see, my papa is the chairman of the neighborhood association, so we often attend parties of that noble nature. Did he time warp from Dark Souls time, or what is that? He's like he's an eccentric. He believes he's born from nobility, and that's just his thing. And Shinada's trying to reacclimate him to modern times. There's no explanation as to why he's here. He just believes he's very aristocratic. And he's very rich. Somehow. Don't know how he's rich, other than his family runs the neighborhood association, and he's chairman of it. If I had to guess, really though, the MSQ in this, the neighborhood association, could be the Nagoya family. It's the fake Yakuza organ front that runs the entire city. So that could be why he's really rich. I mean, it's not really explained. He used to dress like someone out of time. So he is a character out of time. Basically, like, he was dressed in feudal Japan attire and he had a makeup, and Shinada basically convinced him in a psychological way, which is really clever, honestly. Shinada is pretty good with being able to charismatically convince someone to do. So he doesn't wear the makeup anymore and he just got new clothing, and now he's picking up chicks. But oh, well, you see, my papa is the chairman of the neighborhood association, so we often attend parties of that noble nature. Chairman? Oh, so by noble you mean you're rich? Not everyone who attends is rich, but my family could certainly be considered wealthy. Okay. Behold, we have exchanged mobile phone numbers. Leo-kun, you only landed her after you mentioned how rich you are. Really? Well, she did seem to warm up to me in the middle of the conversation for some reason. Welcome to the real world, Leo-kun. Still, I say this is progress. I mean, with the way you used to look, even your money wouldn't have gotten you so far. So all I have to do is send a text to her mobile number? Whoa, slow down there, cowboy. Take some time to think about what you're going to say. Ah, of course. But still, I'm satisfied. I admit that you have served me well. Yeah, I think you impressed her with your money, but that's about it. What did you just say? Never mind. See you again soon. Uh, I was, man, that's a really deep cut about the money, men with money and stuff. It's an incredible double standard that's still a modern day stigma, largely stigma. Oh, hey, there's a Victory Road guy over there in the gi. But anyways, all right, time for more training. Okay, Leo, old boy, let's make this lesson to remember. You will not vex me this time. Forsooth. There's no point in reacting to inane comments from an addle-pated peasant like you. Oh, good to see you're dealing with your anger issues. Huh. True, he does have anger issues. He actually has, he has voice samples, but his voice samples are like, it's like a high pitch whining, like a mid-tone whining, like kind of thing. But I prefer to imagine him with a really deep and incredibly overact noble voice. Yeah. Stigma, yep. It's a double standard gender role stigma that's carried over stronger in patriarchal societies than anything. And what I mean by double standard is uh in Japan it might still be a reinforced acceptable gender role. But in other like more progressive times, which Japan is becoming more progressive, that's why Shinada's reaction, right? Shinada's reaction is slightly more progressive now, where like it's independent of gender roles, like stability, security, and being able to support people financially, and what it depicts and what it might suggest is not specifically tied to the gender role. But in this case, that depiction just happens to be the woman looking at a man who's interested in a man that has money. It's not suggesting that that's what they intended. Well, my comment was just an observation about the changing times, how progressive it is now. It still raises controversy on social media, though. It's one of those things like, here's the double standard. And it's a very deep, entrenched issue. So I'm only gonna briefly mention it. It takes a really big deep dive, especially contrasting Japan and like the United States. When a woman looks at a man and they are looking for a man who has money, it is not a stigma, technically. It is suggesting that that person is likely successful, can provide for things. So if a woman rejects a man if they don't have money, it's something the woman has a choice to choose as a preference. It's not offensive, it's not a stigma, it's not. So, however, if the gender role was reversed, right? This is statistics, well, like suggesting the common status quo still. When a man looks for a woman, if there was a preference for money, it would be inappropriate. It would be inexcusable because gender roles come with double standards. So when a male looks for a rich female, then it's onerous on the male. It would imply negativity on the male, as in the male is incapable of making money, as opposed to, in this case, if a woman makes money and this man who makes less money, the woman would be considered an independent, someone strong, but the man would be cast doubt in a dubious nature, as opposed to the woman. It's not entirely like, we're not talking about 100%. We're just talking about the carrying over status quo. So it's more frowned upon for a man to look for a rich woman or expect a rich woman than the other way around because of historical patriarchal expectations that males are, for lack of a better idiom, breadwinners, and females are not expected in that way for a while. But our societies across the world has kind of shifted in different ways. I don't know how progressive Japan is, but in the United States, there's a lot of friction between how acceptable that is and to be motivated by that. But in this depiction, it's just coincidentally, it's him, he's loaded, and the only thing she gathered from all his comments, even his ridiculous, like, nobility stuff, was that he's rich. And it's depicted still in the Like a Dragon games quite a bit, not the reverse. And it's interesting. I mean, it's a deep thought thing. Just something I came across quite a bit when reading about motivations between interpersonal relationships, right? Money comes into play as a initial impressions. It goes, it's deep rooted, but it's a very early first impressions when it comes to financial security. I often, when it comes to interacting and introducing people, I actually am a little biased in involving any form of financial success or like involving conversations about relative financial security because it can get really hairy and it's incredibly unpredictable. Anyways, so what's the training now? Uh, I don't know. Nothing special. I'll leave it up to you, Leia-kun. But I just asked you. You really have no clue, do you? Fine. Once a witless peasant, always a witless peasant. Well, looks like you got that anger out of yours under control. Good job, Leia-kun. Of course I do. I'm not a member of the unwashed masses like you, after all. Alright. You're some kind of aristocrat. At least you understand that much. Methinks I'll just have to give you another lesson. Alright, let's get started. Are you sure you're prepared? As ready as I'll ever be. That's exactly what I thought in my head. Let's go. People who are easily motivated by money are scary. They are. Sort of. This is more of a perspective check, right? If one really am scared of money, there are a lot more, like, there are so many things that I could say to scare you even more. Because when someone doesn't have money, it's far more scarier. Because, like, money, here's a slight hot take. We spend a lot of time talking about money, and money is a great first impression, including in this game, is a first impression. It's a very well-used, well-warned, measurable metric. If that scares you, then what about all the things you can't measure, can't see, don't know a lot about, and it's not said in first impression? So yes, I understand that money can be very scary. It's because it's center stage. But imagine all the things you don't know when you remove money from the equation. And because you don't know that stuff, not knowing about it helps it to be less scary sometimes, but it is the scariest thing. If you're banking your relationship on something that can't be seen or measured or be talked about by everyone, where do you go from there? So, in a sense, to provide a little bigger perspective, money is often a topic that's brought up a lot in interpersonal relationships because it's actually one of the easiest things to talk about. It's visible, it's measurable, everyone talks about it, and it's ever present in their life. And then it gets harder from there. Everything else gets harder from there because if you didn't talk about it yet, then it's harder to know, harder to predict, and it's less relatable to everyone. So it's just the beginning. And it's kind of to emphasize that interpersonal relationships come with greater and greater quote unquote efforts, but the relative ease and difficulty of a relationship subsides because the strength of the relationship is a culmination of all your experiences. So the longer a relationship gets, usually the success rate goes up as long as the learning experience piles up. But the beginning is often not the hardest and not the scariest, generally speaking, because we can't be scared of things that we don't know yet. And to me, what I don't know is probably the scariest thing. Money, yeah, there's a lot of flexibilities and whatnot and motivates people, but money motivates people in far more predictable ways than someone without money or someone with nothing to lose. They predict far more erratically. So, for example, someone who's depressed and you don't know, someone who's violent and you don't know, or someone who has all those things, they are far more difficult to see on a first impression. So if we are starting to talk about money with that perspective in mind, money is a great starting point. It has predictable outcomes. When someone has a lot of money, it's a lot of money. It suggests various things that you can see and check out, like, oh, that checks out, or oh, that makes sense. But then when you see someone who suddenly becomes violent against you because you said one word that triggered a PTSD, that's scary. That's unpredictable. Or like when someone's depressed, how do you help the person? There are 14 to 15 ways to help, more incredibly unknown ways to help the person. You could make it worse. When someone doesn't have money and they want money, what's the solution? Help them get money or give them money. So it's great. It's interesting to think how scary money is, but there are so many things about what a person is capable of that is really difficult to know besides money. So as much as I throw a little bit shade on the progressive nature of how important money is in interpersonal relationships, I can say more about money than a lot of other things because money is well worn. Everyone has an opinion. That's great. It means people explore that importance a lot. The things we don't explore are the scariest things because we don't know how to react. We're confused. When it comes up, we just don't know what to do. And there are even, I would say, the second thing next to money that is probably really reliable is career. So we talk about career. So the first things we always talk about when we meet new people are the things we're least scared of, because it's the first thing we talk about. The stuff that we are scared to talk about, truly scared to talk about, are the stuff we don't say very often. Maybe not even on stream. And that's probably things like a little, if we scratch deeper a little bit, your weaknesses, your insecurities. That's usually like when the relationship gets more intimate, right? You start talking about weaknesses and insecurities. And then you talk about what you hate about yourself. And then you go even deeper and say what you hate about each other. So it keeps getting scarier and scarier, and then the ante is the game keeps getting higher and higher, because now you're going into like 3 or 4 years average, 3 or 4 years, and you start exploring these topics, and the risk gets bigger. But thankfully, the longer a relationship goes, typically it builds resilience, like strength, so that you can take on more and more deeper and scarier topics. And this is how I understand long-term relationships on an intellectual level. I personally have not been in a long-term relationship, so I can't tell you personally if what I'm saying I can empathize with. I can't empathize with because I don't have first-hand experience. But studying relationships, that's kind of how it goes. It gets really scary because like then you start thinking about inheritances, raising children, death, will, legacy. All those things are like woo. Then you get, that's when people get older, right? Typically when people get older, you go through all these phases and you start thinking about money, and then you pass into this age. It's like, yeah, money's money. Yeah, it makes the world go round, it makes people do weird things, but death does too. Losing a child does too. Like it gets so much quote unquote scarier from someone who hasn't experienced it, which I haven't yet, besides death. Um it gives it shows how strong people can become. So nowadays when younger people talk about the young stuff, which is like money or becoming popular or having influence, it's very different from someone who lived long enough to appreciate, like, to encounter the other even scarier stuff. So I definitely can empathize with you. When I was younger, money is incredibly scary. It's some things you always hear, the big bads, the bad actors. But money is really predictable. Like, it's relatively far more predictable than grief and inadequacy, feeling of inferiority, superiority complex, overconfidence, pridefulness, righteous indignation. There are so many properties about humanity that you can't see when you meet someone. So when I go in and say I'm this guy, right, is relevant to this. They're both around my age. Actually, I'm only 1 year older than Ayanokoji, which is the guy in the suit, and I'm pretty sure Shinada is 34 or 35 too. So I'm in this period, and meeting it's weird that they're doing it this way, but it's demonstrating that Ayanokoji is not experienced with interacting with modern people. But for me, if I sit at a table and the first thing this person talks about is money and they are worried about money, then it's an obvious indicator that me and this person that I'm talking to are in very, very different realms of our lives. I'm no longer concerned about money. So if this person talks about money and they revealed how maybe not important it is to them, that's a very big clue to what stage of life they are in. Like if they're concerned with raising a family, for example, we might be at the similar stage. So this guy has none of those aspirations. He's simply at the earlier stage of wanting to meet a girl. And Shinada is kind of at that stage too. He's really concerned about money because he was robbed of securities in his life. So these two characters are really damaged. They're incredibly damaged. And it's kind of interesting to see a person who's damaged helping another person who's even more out of the loop. And this is what makes this story very compelling, in my opinion. Their bonding is two people lacking certain things, and they're making the best of it, and they're kind of learning from each other. So right now, steadily, you realize that Shinada is helping him acclimate to modern standards. But at the same time, you're hearing Shinada acknowledge he's not as angry anymore. Like, he doesn't... And he's slowly becoming... Like, he's warming up to Shinada, and the other way around. And that, I find, is the sappy stuff that I like. I like when two people, even when they're struggling with their own things, learn from each other and they become the better, the bigger and better than the sum of their parts. It's very endearing. All right. I don't know what I'm supposed to learn here, but we'll use the same approach. What weapon is he using now? He's a weapons master. He's using a tonfa. Okay. Oh, he has this the OP swirling crap move. No. He has a tiger drop? What the? Who gave him a tiger drop? What the freak? That's illegal. Now I'm afraid to fight him front. Ow. Like attacking him up front. Accidentally tapped twice. I am fearful of the tiger drop. We can only do it from the front though. So as long as I don't hit more than 3 times in the front, I think I'm okay. Oh, I just got tiger dropped. How's that legal? What are you? What are you? Supposed to? Ow, ow, ow! Stop! Oh my gosh, that hitbox extends well beyond its visuals. I'm not comfortable with this. The tiger drop can almost kill me. So let's add a little bit more health. We didn't heal for this. I still managed to get it anyways. Got a tiger drop with a tonfa? Wait, do I get that? Shinada, how many times have I told you not to punch me as if it's a real fight? Wait, I thought you were going to control your temper. Silence, vassal. I've decided that I shall show you the full extent of my wrath. He sure gave up quick. Addle... Addle... I don't... Actually... Addlepat? Alright, hold up. I need to get educated. Addle... Addlepetal... Addlepated... Addlepated... Addlepated? Yeah, addlepated. Being mixed up, confused. Okay. But what is the noun version? Addlepate? Addlepate. A foolish or dull-witted person. Okay. Addlepate? Ignoramus? I shall not suffer such disrespect. Alright. Please. Forgive me my trespass, master. Huh. You better have learned something after all the torment you put me through. Of course I did. I'm not about to waste any opportunity like this after all. My after image. Very well. I will accept this. A true master can take a bruise or two if his student can learn from it. But no, 'tis not one or two. My whole body has become an enormous whale. You know, exaggerating like that isn't very master-like. You're no whale. If anything, all this exercise is helping you lose weight. That's a wordplay on whale. That's not what whale. Never you mind. Away from me, I say. Aw, come on. It's your turn to serve me, vassal, and it's best be something exceptional this time. Got it? There's more. Wow, these... It would be great if they voice acted the masters. Their like storylines are incredibly long. I mean, a lot of parts of this game had been VO'd, which I appreciate. What does this ability do? My after image. Oh, grab an enemy while evading. He has a evasive grab as opposed to an evasive strike. Interesting. We'll have to use that. Alright, life lesson time. Let's go. Alright, advice time. Let's talk about your life. Nay, we must discuss what I must do with that maiden's mobile phone number. That's an easy one. Just text her. You simpleton. That part is apparent. I do not, however, know what to write. Why don't you start with asking her on a date? Can't go wrong with that. A date? Too late to get cold feet now, Leogun. You know what you have to do. Or are you gonna chicken out and throw away a perfectly good opportunity and in the process end up wasting all the work I've done? Enough. I shall text her. 'Twould be a shame, truly, to waste your effort. Sarcasm aside, that's what I wanted to hear. Now let's write that text. Such things are beyond me, so I'm trusting you. I'm holding you accountable if anything goes wrong. Tell me what to text and I shall say it. I'm no expert, but it'd be better than leaving it up to you. So here goes. Start with the subject. It is I am Nokuji. We'll pick the second one. Although it is I am Nokuji would be really reflective of him. Now for the first line, I hope you didn't mind me approaching you. I just love you so much. Next up, words can't describe how you. So you're just after my money, right? Honestly, I don't like either of these, but let's just go with the top one, sure. Okay, let's wrap this thing up with, how about dinner sometime? Come back to my place and I'll show you a good time. Okay. And last but not least, I'll be watching you. Oh, that's creepy. So what do you say? Sounds good. Alright. That seems reasonable. I enjoyed talking with you. That's the subject line, right? I hope you didn't mind me approaching you. Words can't describe how beautiful you are. How about dinner sometime? So what do you say? Sounds good? Seems reasonable. Are you certain this is a wise thing to do? We'll never know until she reads it. So hit that send button already, noble man. Fine. Women, I send to thee. Beep. Now we wait for her reply. Wait, you're just gonna sit there? She replied. What did she say? I love to go out to dinner with you. Yes, you scored big time. You are amazing, Shinada. Finally, the recognition I deserve. Now, 'tis time for me to take flight and leave the proverbial nest. Right, it's not like I can go on a date with you. Now that's that. And now that that's settled. Now that that's settled. Wow. Oof. Now that that's settled, I must need more preparations. We'll have to postpone your training for the noints. No worries there. You just focus on your date, buddy. Oh, and be sure to let me know how it goes. Indeed. Let us meet at the usual place sometime hence. But something tells me that would be a disaster from my worldview. Yeah. Well, let's find out. But we have to do something else. Let's go to the batting cages and do what Coach Igarashi told us to do. We have to actually manually run there. No, stay away from me, please. That guy has seen better days. Consider it a thought experiment, you know? Video games write fictional scenarios for thought experiments. At least that's what I enjoy about role-playing games. I mean, it's RPG. They're thought experiments. Alright, he just told us to go and do what we already did. Well, actually, maybe we didn't do it. Because we stopped on the beginner course, because we only need to complete one of them. So, Coach Igarashi told us to do beginner course, random. Oh, okay. And then go back to him. He's one of the masters. Everything in this game must be completed. So, it'll be a really long time. Everything requires to be completed. It's a true 100% requirement. Which the last one we did was Yakuza 0. That required a true 100% requirement. Which is the game after this. Technically. On release. Release, sorry. Oops. I'm too lazy to move my my cursor here. Oh no. I was making a comment unrelated to yours. I was talking about his his relational advice. Shinada's relational advice to Ayanokoji. Hold up, we gotta finish this first. That was a pretty big curveball, actually. Oops. That was a big sinker. I don't know what you would call that. A rising curveball? Okay. You kind of want to make a fake female account on some dating sites to see what men come up with? Something tells me that would be a disaster. Oh, okay. That context. Yeah. It goes back to, you could just the safer alternative that wouldn't possibly get you into trouble with actual other people would be to play a VN, right? A visual novel game, a reverse harem game. That's kind of the idea, and then it goes back to RPGing again. It gives you thought experimentation and thought experiments without the potential risk of, you know, getting in trouble with another human being, right? You can also have a conversation with an AI program to be biased towards the female perspective statistically based on like trending topics online and having them represent the trending topics online from a gender bias. Lots of tools out there to flirt with the incredible amount of data floating around on the internet. Because if there really isn't a bigger sample size, like a sample size than everything people share on the internet. Like that's freely accessible, I mean. Or you can make it an entertaining endeavor and play like a VN game. The one thing I typically would probably say is novels. Oh. Oh, I forgot I even had this critical art. Oh. Novels would be a great idea. An entertaining idea, I suppose. Maybe from like a prominent female writer that deals with the subject matter. It's like a visual novel game still though. Like extensions. From time to time I play a lot of I play games that have prominent female characteristics. On Steam, in terms of video games, if you search the tab female protagonists, that's actually a trending tab, and it's a tab designed specifically to highlight any games that places the protagonist driven by a female perspective, like whatever the writer has constituted. From time to time, though, it's also another level to know who the writer is, like the people who wrote the script and stuff. It's very different. A game that features a female protagonist that's written by a man, and a game written by a woman, or anything else, right? Understanding the writer, the person who wrote the content, and their background helps you ground and contextualize where that information's coming from. So it's one of the things that I tend to emphasize when it comes to games. It's not your game, it's their game. What you derive from a piece of work is an extension of them. So the easy task is to understand how you feel and why you like and dislike things about someone else's work. One of the greatest is the greatest challenge as a human being is to understand the person who made the product, like all the people and why things are like that, or try to know. And you can be way off the mark, but that's in a learning experience. So if you're way off the mark, it's actually kind of wonderful to hear as a person who makes something. So if I were to write a piece of work and someone was way off the mark, I would be very interested to know how this person come to that interpretation, and in response, that person would gain my interpretation in the interaction. That's what makes watching interviews between people genuinely incredibly interesting. Now here's the catch though. Here's the asterisk. Um Oftentimes nowadays that's not the focus. Like that perspective that I'm talking about, understanding each other's work. Often when you watch the more popular mainstream things, they rattle off objective stuff that reflects what trendy people want to hear. Basically, like, oh, is your next movie going to be off the chain? Do you have more funding for next year? That kind of thing. And that, to me, that's mainstream journalism. Not to throw some slight shade, but it's fast, it's reproducible, it's consistent, and it produces content. And unfortunately, it trends a lot better. So, how much did this movie cost you to make? Or, uh, what do you think about the success of your movie? That kind of questions. My thought would be from their perspective. Like, what are some of the designs you thought would be incredibly popular? And did they become incredibly popular to you? Like something like that. Like an interview that you're trying, in an interview as someone who's a journalist, like I'm not a journalist, but if I were in an interview position, I want to learn from this person. It's a privilege to have this person who's incredibly successful have a vision that you did not clearly have, and you pick their brains. And then, in an effort to pick their brains, they get to understand what interests a person who's interested in them. A lot of times, interviews are more like, "Man, aren't you? How happy are you about you know, breaking your record?" It's like that stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the stuff most people can intuit. Generally speaking, though, that's just not how the way I think anymore about people. Like, it's not about superficial things, in my opinion, about what your reaction is to something on a surface level. It's the intent and the creative process. Like, why did you choose? Like, what was the inspiration behind creating a character like Shinada that is incredibly different? Like, why now to create a character and personality that often is depicted as sleazy to contrast in the cast of your character? Why this game? Like, what was the motivation in Yakuza 5 to introduce a character like Shinada? Or things like that. Something deeper. Something that deals with the creative process. That's when the interview gets juicy. Because as a journalist, if I were the journalist, I want to be like them, like get into their mindset. So when I write an article about the developer, about the person I interviewed, I can accurately summarize and reflect their perspective and then add mine to it. So then it becomes inherently mine with respect to the developer. But generally speaking, that's not what make people are interested. They want, it's hard to resonate with something that deep, right? When you go too deep, you become a niche person where that type of journalism isn't popular. Those are deep cuts. You want your hot takes, generally speaking. So yeah, still haven't really found an instance of an interview with anyone from RGG Studios that is remotely deep about their stuff. There was some music stuff that was pretty cool, like some person who's very well known, but he largely just talked about memes and whatnot, and he didn't get an opportunity. Maybe it was because of the language barrier to talk to composer about like the deeper side of things, like how do you construct your music, like where do you begin, where do you start when you're given a task, that kind of stuff, which that you like that content creator is a musician themselves, but they ask questions that please their audience. They didn't ask questions from a perspective of another musician to the musician, like a composer to a composer, which for me is like the it's a great thing, is watching two masters of craft trying to talk about deep stuff. And it can sometimes turn people off, right? Because it's eccentric. It can be very difficult to follow. But I'm more biased towards those things. In fact, the more confusing it is, the more likely I would probably attempt to learn about it. If I feel like I'm out of sorts and I don't know a lot of things, it motivates me to want to know more about the thing. It doesn't increase my apathy. Generally speaking, I would say that is not the norm. I would say over 50% of people, when they lose track or can't follow something, their normalized behavior is to increase apathy, as opposed to the opposite, being more intrigued in things you don't understand. Ah, you completed your training. I see confidence in that expression of yours. Do you? I guess I do feel like I have a bigger sweet spot now. I mean, they were gigantic because we already did the side story. No matter what angle I'm going for. It's not just your imagination. See for yourself at the batting center. Will do, coach. You reached a new breakthrough in batting potential? Your swing cursor was amplified? No, I mean, all he did was give me some XP. What the heck? I mean, I'm not max, but let's see what else coach can teach me. I'm ready, coach. Train me up. Nada, I like your enthusiasm. Let's see. How about you try something that will enhance your trademark power hitting? That works. But don't you think I'm good as is? Perhaps. But strength alone won't bring you better batting. Even if you have the raw power, if you lack the discipline to control it, then it's virtually a waste. Oh, that is true. So, your next assignment, go to an HO batting center again. Didn't we do that last time? It'll be a little different. First, you'll be moving up to the intermediate course, okay? And second, you're going to use a specific swing. You mean only swing high or low? Something like that? Exactly. Just be sure to be consistent with the direction you choose. Now let's see. Go hit 3 home runs, okay? Is that asking? No, it's not. We're fine. For an ordinary person, yes. Right. How about making it a bit more reasonable? Why would I? You're supposed to be this legendary phenomenon who's overflowing with talent. You'll be fine. I'll quit whining and get going. Alright? I'm still not convinced. The convincing might just happen when you step up to the plate. You never know until you try. This is where you compartmentalize something. So when you're if you're having trouble performing a task, you break it into smaller parts, and then you do those tasks separately, and then you combine them back up again. But like deconstructing the thing. But starting to think. Oh, here it is, Igarashi. So Igarashi has 7 more tasks because he's a master. We're at the last task for Ayanokoji. We just need to pass some time so that Ayanokoji is back. Actually, there's a chance Ayanokoji is only back on the last chapter. So, let's see. Nope, he's back. Alright, let's go see how successful he was. I played quite a few indie games that coincidentally featured female protagonists. Actually, a lot of stylized successful indie games recently have featured female protagonists. However, they don't necessarily incorporate these games. A lot of them don't necessarily incorporate slice of life things that you could get from like visual novel games and like games like a Dragon, where you're in dealing with slice of life themes. However, they do present different perspectives. So playing a female protagonist and versus in a role-playing game can still present nuances that if it's very similar, you can pick out the differences pretty quickly, and the nuances make you appreciate some of the subtleties between having a female character and a male character in an RPG game. So we're not talking about getting on Hoyoverse games and playing a waifu character. That's a blanketed non character that is just a projection of yourself. So that's a very different case. But looking for games like, for example, even Spiritfarer features a female protagonist, but it's about a theme that can be very similar, either male or female, but there are some slight differences. And playing as and being someone who's male and playing a female character that deals with grief and life and death, like passage, like regrets and closure, is still slightly different, and you can pick up on those slight differences. Although there is quite similar. So Spiritfarer is one of my last couple years, like 2 or 3 years. It's one of it's a really good one, dealing with a subject matter that is very difficult and would eventually happen to everyone. What about visual novels with female characters? Have you heard of the game Endless Monday Dreams and Deadlines? No, I have not. Question mark is there. It was supposed to be. Oh, no worries. No, I have not. The last one that I played that was a VN that featured a female character was Amnesia. Not Amnesia, the horror game. It's another game. It just happens to share the same name. It actually might have came before Amnesia, the horror game. And it's a reverse harem. It's a reverse harem where you have like 4 or 5 male archetypes, like tropes. And you play through trying to basically woo them, right? In a conversation setting. And the male archetypes are pretty clear what they are. And it lines up with my perceptions right now. But back then, this game is like, I think it's like over 10 years old now. So whatever 10 years ago. VNs have a clear indicator if they meet their target audience, especially on Steam. So when a VN scores like 70s, then it's way off its targeted mark, as in the status quo of, that desire meter and the understanding the audience kind of thing. But typically VNs score 92 plus because their writers are incredibly consistent at understanding what sells. And since the VN's subgenre is primarily focused on delivering on expectations, like expectations of interpersonal relationships, like somewhat fantasy based, but also trying to ground it in slice of life. Those that score well, and if you're not one of the target audience, and you play one of them, play the game, knowing that their target audience are satisfied, you can play trying to understand that this is the type of target audience. So you can find it reliable as a reflection of something that is popular or trending as a representation. Then you can challenge yourself and play maybe a VN that's terrible and see how that compares and contrasts to a VN that, so like two VNs that target the same audience or attempts to target the same audience, where one is not trendy and the other one is trendy, and you can compare and contrast between them. So there is merit to going out of your way, if you enjoy a specific type of visual novel game, to contrast one that doesn't resonate and one that does with their target audience. This is not true for all, like, this is not as informative for increased subjectivity of like things like mechanics and stuff. So if you try to apply this to a game, let's say two games that target the same mechanics, that is incredibly highly more variable, right? Because it involves the individuals, like more components of the individual's physical being, and that's a little bit harder to do. So you can't just go and like say you pick a poor Souls-like game and compare it with a good Souls-like game and whatnot. That's a lot more difficult to quantify. But in terms of the intellectual property of interpersonal relationships, that stuff, it comes down to the writing. And you can really get a lot of information from the overall perspective and view on a person's book compared to someone who written a similar book that garnered the opposite responses or something. Intellectually, it's very intellectually bound. RPG games are incredibly intellectually bound. Generally speaking, nowadays, I talked about this a couple times about how RPGs have devolved into mechanics. Like, what I mean by devolved into mechanics is we live in a time where the most trendy journalists, the most trendy reviewers are reflective of the trends in gaming industry, which they write and review things based on their worldviews, their opinions, without any consideration or extension of the creator and their intent, and then putting it into a worldly perspective to provide a contextualized review. So like, for example, sometimes, but rarely, you get comments like, well, considering that the major market for games nowadays are people who are interested in mechanically focused games, this game would ultimately be less popular considering the various facts. And then you will list like things that you look for, like, does this game have these things or not? It's like how rare it would be, how frequent these games come out, and what entitles it to be acknowledged and whatnot. Just, it doesn't contextualize this stuff. A lot of time it's like, yeah, it's not for me, It might be for other people, but it's not for me. That's as close as you get to a compromising statement. It's very superficial to me. It's relatively superficial for me to say, oh yeah, that's just me. Like, okay, well, great. That's not constructive to me because I don't know you. Like, if I even follow all your reviews, if you keep saying that's just me, that's my preference, I still don't know how that's constructive to me about the game. You don't really explain a lot of that. And what it's doing is it's cutting to the chase. What it's saying is, I'm a journalist. I'm very popular. So when I say it's just me, you're also inferring that all your reviewers, because you're popular, are from the same like-mindedness. So when you say that's just me, you're also saying, yeah, all the other people understand what you mean by that. For me, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't tell me much. I don't like to presume about the whole trust me, I'm being genuine, I'm honest kind of thing. I legitimately want you to demonstrate if you can explain to me what that's just me means and how that is relevant to the evaluation of what the developer was making. And that type of thing, not very popular. It takes too long, even harder to read, even harder to process. The current trend is keep it short, keep it concise, feel it out. And it's the feeling out journalism that makes me a hipster, because I am not into the whole intuit and feel out journalism. I'm more into the deep dives. Take a deep dive. In fact, I would even say, sorry, content creators or people who don't have that privilege, review of a game should be accompanied by a developer's comment. Like, just nonchalantly reviewing a game is like me sitting here saying that I'm right and you're wrong without any developer input. Like, hey, this is my guess and check, and this is just trust me. I know these things, but I have no comment or connection with the developer. And then the field crew would probably say, like, well, if you're in touch with the developer, we don't know if it's biased towards the developer or you're being a shield for the developer or you hate the developer or something. It's like, well, that's better than pretending to think you know something that you don't, in my opinion. Like, objectively speaking, you have more insight when you actually have connections with the person. Does it create a conflict of interest? Absolutely. But when you share your opinions on a review, that's a conflict of interest already. And I prefer to know that you at least took your time to contact the developer. You could even say, we tried to get a comment from the developer, but it wasn't enough time for the release of this review. And the reason why that is a really bigger deep cut, in my opinion, is that nowadays it's about the internet moves fast. It's about getting the review out as soon as possible, about being relevant as soon as possible, because another trend is it's now. It's never later. It's never wait for good things. It's the hustle culture. So you got to get your reviews out early. That's not going to happen with getting developers comments or waiting for an opportune time, because you'll miss your mark. It's first come, first serve. So a game is released, the reviews come out the day before a game is released. And then when, developers and publishers say, hey, could you hold off your interview? And they like embargo. They even have to embargo reviews before they can be posted. And then privileged people would be like, oh man, like, sorry, we're under NDA and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, you don't even have the courtesy to let the game speak for itself or the product to speak for itself before you put it out. And the counter argument is like, well, we want to inform the viewer, right? We want to inform the person before they buy stuff. So it's only natural that we gain early access. Like, that's privilege. Like, that's really privilege. what you're doing also is you're only thinking about yourself and your career, which is why you're popular and successful, all respects. But you have to know every time you do that, you are you're disrespecting the product itself. You have your job has been to condition people before they even give a blind play and faith of products. So then now you look at how people purchase things, it's like, yeah, we built the algorithm ourselves. The consumer is responsible for a lot of the behaviors that the industry does because you don't want to make poor purchases. But what's a poor purchase? Well, according to you, is knowing what to expect before you buy the thing. It's like, all right. So now the whole industry revolves around that. And it goes all the way back to journalism. I call it journalism as a way to include content creators who write essays, video essays. They research things to the best of their ability or whatever they feel like and present it. And that's the same thing with perspective and consuming products, in my opinion. Yeah, I just found a Google Doc with recommendation for that kind of game and saw Amnesia there. Yeah. I bought it on a whim. And in all honesty, I didn't buy it knowing that it was a female protagonist. It's retrospect. So I'm telling you this as a learning experience. An unintended learning experience. I wanted to buy a VN game, and it looked like there was a lot of confidence behind the game Amnesia. And I bought it discovering that it was a female protagonist. It was a reverse harem. And I just played it anyways, because, you know, that's just my nature. The little slight digression I had about journalism is because I read a lot of journalism. Like, a lot of video essay things, because I want to know. And some of you experience recurring themes a lot. And the whole, that's just me, that's my preference, it might not resonate with everyone. I might sound a little gatekeepy, is because I don't resonate with that, what I consider low effort writing. As in, like, I can't be bothered with trying to better communicate. It will not communicate with the audience. So I understand that this person shouldn't do what I want, what I am looking for, because it's not popular. So I fully understand why they kept it short and concise like that. What I really would be impressed, though, is seeing someone who throws that popularity out, that need to fill a quota, and really do it, where they explain how, yeah, what I'm saying is like most people, and I'm being honest about it, but I also want to detail and acknowledge what this game isn't for. But it won't get like views, and it won't be easily digestible and whatnot. So they are doing really well to teach me or to inform me what people really want to read, like how often they want to read. And it's things like that. Very short, concise, nebulous hand waving. It's kind of like getting a psychic reading. Like, you go up to this person looks kind of sad. The first thing you talk about is like, you have experienced a very stressful event recently. And the person's like, yeah, that's true. It's like, this stressful event has been lingering on your head, in your mind, right this very moment. Could it be something like related to another person? And then when you say those things, they're generalizable enough that if you say them in a with enough generalization, a person who's emotionally compromised can relate to it regardless. You let the person form those connections. So when you do a review of a game and you say, it was a bit of a meh, but you know what? This part, pretty hype. This part, not so much. But if you find it hype, that's okay too. That review it's not constructive. It doesn't really say anything. It's an op-ed. It's an opinion piece. Calling it a review would be, in my opinion, misleading to someone like me. But it's not misleading to anyone else because a review is an op-ed to the vast majority of people. I have an intuitive bias towards games with female main characters. So, oh, interesting. But they don't deal with romance at all usually. The game I mentioned that I really liked recently. Yeah, that doesn't. That's a post-apocalyptic. Oh, by the way, when you mentioned Signalis, I have seen that game because of its early development. Yeah, it's a choice matters game, and it's I would call it a survival light game. Features a yeah, and it deals with post-apocalyptic like themes. Yeah, so I did see it. Yeah, and that's what I mean. There are female games, right? Female MCs that are in a lot of games now, but they are mechanically placeholder games. So, when you're looking for romance, drama, the likes, it has to be an incredibly detailed role-playing game in order to cross lots of those things. And when I mean a role-playing game, I don't mean you get like 5 dialogue options and those 5 dialogue options cover 5 dramatically encompassing dialogue routes so that it feels like whatever your decisions were, it reflects you. That is taking you out of a character. It is not providing a character for you. It's trying to guess who the target audience is. And that's pandering, in my opinion. It's a writing to pander to a main character. So when people say they're biased towards females, a lot of times I ask, in what nature are you biased towards female MCs? Because many just like the way female characters look, if you know what I mean. And then when they pick out games, they typically pick out games where the female character is a projection of what they desire in a female character. So when the female character makes decisions and stuff, those decisions are only mechanically flavored, as in the choices do not tackle things that you cannot control. It does not tell you a story about the female perspective. It is a female character that you choose how to behave. VNs are the closest thing where it's restrictive enough where you are there, there are things that the female character would not do in a VN with a given theme. But when you're thinking about things like combat, life and death situations, even death, which I mentioned Spiritfarer specifically, it still becomes a little bit less relevant whether it's female or male. Because grief and death can be very nuanced, but it's not on the surface level incredibly different. When you get into slice of life games, that's when all the nuances come out. And slice of life typically involves romance, but you can go into hardcore romance games, but I'm not a person who dabbles in that, like games specifically focused on romance. There are some like that. And what I mean by that is not romance in this, not that type of romance. So we're talking about like, there's a lot of coffee barkeep games that might be super interesting. Many of them feature a female bartender or a female like barista, so to speak. and you play that character, but that character is interacting with people who tell life stories. I don't know if those games still use that character as a placeholder for just you, or that they've written lines for that character. There's a lot of those. I sort of remember Valhalla. Yeah. And there's a lot of those now going around where it sets you in a different place, not in like a VN situation that's typically like locale to locale, but you take place of a person who hears a lot of stories, and that person becomes attached to that. So like bartending is a really big one. Like just fixing drinks, hearing people's stories, and a lot of times they do feature female characters or the choice of a female perspective and a male perspective, and that can be make it can be really fun because then you can compare it to people watching. I don't know, when you're in a cafe, when you go to a bar yourself, what do you talk about, things like that. Really clever. Very indie though, incredibly indie. It's not even close to being popular, but the target audience that buy those games, absolutely phenomenal, because a niche group requires a target audience. Yeah, yeah, it's not when bigger games, there are very few games that use female characters outside marketing purposes. Yeah, for resonance or visual impression and whatnot. They do exist, but they're not very popular. Incredibly not popular. All right, let's see what happens on his date. Ah, there you are. What do you want? Oh. Can you train me first? Oh, okay. And then we can find out how his date went? Janata. Could I talk to you for a minute? Okay. Maybe. What? Leia-kun. You're so serious all of a sudden. It's about your training. This shall be the last time. Okay. We knew that. What? Where's this coming from? I've changed quite a bit thanks to your advice, and for that, I must admit that I am most grateful. You're welcome? Yes, well, simply put, as the scion of aristocrats, I must hold fast to my honor. I must needs grow stronger than I am able to do so. I cannot have myself crying out in pain whenever you land a solid blow. I shall give you no quarter from now on, Shinada. I still expect to be routed, however. That's just how good you are. But I can accept defeat so long as I can fight with all my strength. I shall channel the path into pain into the refinement of my being. Aww, I was having so much fun at your expense, though. Why you have to go and ruin it by getting all serious? But I get it, Leia-kun. I know you have it rough in your own way, but don't worry, because I'm gonna meet you blow for blow. Shinada, you have my thanks. Now then, shall we begin? If you are prepared, that is. Oh no, what else is he gonna have? But I mean, he already has a tiger drop. Couldn't possibly prepare any more than I have. Alright, steal myself. Alright, he's using the pole. Okay. I can't block. Wait, can he tiger drop with the extended pole? Wait, did he just change? Oh yeah, he did. Oh. Oh, he can switch weapons on the fly. Aw, that freaking 360. I'm so afraid of this tiger drop with the Tonfa. Yeah, I can't actually dodge that that one attack. I mean, I can't guard against it. It breaks my guard every time. I can't risk getting tiger dropped. That's not happening. Oh, so if I don't... Okay, so he counters if I don't land a wall immediately. Okay. Ow. That tracking was incredible. Holy heck. Okay. Blast. And blast again, I say. Still no match for you. Must find this frustrating, but I'm learning so much by beating the snot out of you. My bashing combo essence? It's another climax heat? What the? Janata, do I detect a hint of gratitude beneath all that sarcasm? Aw, no need to be so stiff and formal. I mean, you and I are pals, aren't we, Leokun? Enough of that. Whatever happened with that girl you met? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have asked. She's my girlfriend now. Oh, sorry you didn't... Wait. Did you just say what I think you did? No way! Are you serious? Like, seriously serious? Of course I am. 'Tis no tall tale, I tell. That's awesome, Leokun. I'm so happy for you. So who asked who out? Did you ask her? Of course I did. That's a gentleman's duty after all. Oh, can't remember this. The last time I was so happy for someone. You're like the Shogun of Suave. Janata, what? What? Janata, we're friends, aren't we? Wait, friend? I'm not your vassal anymore? I'm a new man now. Having a girlfriend has enlightened me. Now I have someone who accepts me for who I am. And I don't have to try to impress people by playing the aristocrat card. I can keep taking pride in being an aristocrat, of course, as it bolsters my will. I don't need it as a crutch anymore. That is such a deep cut. Oh my gosh. Alright, anyways. I fought with all my might, and still, you rooted me. That's why I've decided to go back to basics and start my training anew. Besides, I have someone to protect now. Oh, now that's really cool. You're impressing the heck out of me now more than ever. I'll be rooting for you, Leia-kun. So keep up the good work. Shinada. What? I've got to try my best too. But you don't outdo me. I'll be seeing you, Leia-kun. I hope you'll make your special lady happy. I shall, of course. And the next time we meet, you'll just see how magnificent I have become. Awesome. Looking forward to it, buddy. Take care, Shinada. I bid you farewell. So here's the thing, right? There's a pop. All of these masters have like somewhat closure, but they don't necessarily close off. So I'm wondering if the very last chapter, the finale, you can go back and talk to all their masters, like all the characters, all the other characters' masters, and they have like one last thing left. It's still possible. Okay, so we completed Ayanokoji, who's no longer standing there. So here, the other peeps also went off and do something. Like Kiryu helped Sosuke Komaki, which is Komaki's grandson, encourage him to visit Komaki for like a last thing in Kamurocho, and you didn't hear from him again. So I'm starting to get a sinking suspicion, and I would be very floored and happy to see this, that at the last finale where everyone like meets up in Kamurocho, that all the masters made their way to Kamurocho for like one last little, I don't know. This is what happened. So we don't get to see these characters again. We know we don't get to see these characters again. Because we're actually almost done with all the sub-stories in Yakuza 6 too. So we do not see Sosuke, Komaki. What's another master so far? We don't see any signs of Tatsuya, the gourmand. Ayuno Koji. We do see Saigo. Saigo is Akiyama's master. He made the cut in Yakuza 6. Even Sodachi made the cut from Yakuza 4, which is Saijima's stuff. None of the Hunter Village stuff from Saijima. So some characters make the cut, some didn't. And usually the characters that made the cut were originally in Kamurocho to begin with. They were not in other cities. But Sosuke was an interesting one. Because Sosuke actually went to visit his grandfather. Which, I think about it. In Yakuza 6, Komaki didn't show up either. Komaki didn't make the cut in Yakuza 6. Huh. I think, his first name was... I forgot Komaki's first name. Okay, we're gonna advance the MSQ now. Because, oh, I guess we can do the coach stuff? No, we'll do the coach stuff later. I don't think he's gonna teach us, combat-related things. Just batting related. Wait. Bedtime. Is this where we fight Daigo? I don't remember. No, not yet.
おはよう、高杉さん。今日も早いっすね。
お前、ずいぶんすっきりした顔してんじゃねえかよ。風俗嬢に一発寝てもらったのか、お前。
Akatsuki was a great character.
ま、似たところかな。
あの男の依頼。
Oh yeah, he hasn't accepted the job
も
yet.
う過去から逃げたりしない。どうして
Yeah.
そもそも野球賭博に
15年前のわ
Yeah, he's just describing
対するピッチャーは
the baseball rigging or what they know about it, and then
ガンツのエー
describe
ス
Shinada's role in all of
俺の
it
人生
だが
or
そう
what he played in it.
相手チームそれが野球の
お前がサイントを行っていたという。
俺がギガンツのサインを盗むように命令
誰なんだ。だがじゃあそいつがお前に
さあね
なんだと。
さあ
はあ。
ことが野球賭博にか
ってことは
そうだとしたらそれにあとは
藤田か。東京で監督に復帰したみたいだな。
この人
お前が一軍にいたのが一日。
二軍の
恩師みたい。
でも
まあ
球団を辞めてからさっきも言ったように今さら合わせ
マッサージ師。
うん
その
怯えた通りと
Okay, so to summarize, he went over what happened 15 years ago. He was put in as a pinch hitter by his coach then slash manager, I guess, Fujita, and or Fujito? No, Fujita, and that guy's like a mentor to him. He recently came out of retirement to swap teams from the Wyverns to the Gigants, and the Gigants are the teams that the Gigants are the ones that lost to Wyverns. He talked about Uno or the massage therapist, the physical therapist that came with him to Nagoya, and there's batting rigging, the suspicion of batting rigging, and he was accused of stealing signs. That's why he was eventually banned. But the suspicious thing is he's the only one that got in trouble, and he was banned for life from playing in baseball. But the suspect is there's a bigger scheme involved, which is batting rigging, and the whole Wyvern team was involved in rigging bets, like rigging the game by stealing signs, but not because Shinada stole signs knowingly. And he can't believe that Fujita is the one who set him up, but he did. Fujita is one of the ringleaders in the batting rigging, like the game rigging. So, to figure out more clues, because the way he got outed was that an alleged player on the Wyvern team, on his own team, accused Shinada for trading signs with a Gigant player. But we know that that person that was photographed or seen with the Gigant player is not Shinada. Someone was pretending to be him to stage it to make it look like he was stealing signs or paying for signs. And the person who outed him or whistleblowed is part of the whole betting thing. And the only person that met that guy who accused Shinada of stealing signs is Yuno, because Yuno was the last person to come across him by coincidence, but he is the team's physical therapist. And both of them happen to come together here, but what Shinada doesn't know, which he'll discover in a bit, is that Yuno was also fired immediately, like very close to after he got banned. So Yuno must have got fired for a different reason, not because he didn't do his job or anything. He was just fired for an unknown reason, and that's because he probably know the face of someone who is part of the scheme.
ここか。
So that's why
意外と小切れじゃ。
we're gonna go find Yuno and talk to him about it.
宇野さん
Oh,
いる
Uno, yeah. I keep saying Yuno, but
Lucy.
Uno.
戸締まりました。
宇野さんまたど
だったら、
それが今宇野さん
じゃあ、
探し宇野さんは信じ
So this is where we go find Uno. And Uno has a fetish for new hostesses. Like fresh young new hostesses. He has a thing for them. So that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna go on this why do I have a oh, this is Kamiyama's store. Is there another sub-story? No. So we're gonna go and find information on the latest and greatest hostesses.
いらっしゃいませ。
So we're supposed to go to Noriko. Noriko is in Kumano Boulevard. Which one's Kumano? It's this one. And then they'll tell us he was just there, but then he's gone on to another one, and then we pick between the two. One is wrong and one is correct. So I think it's this one. Boons and Bust. I have to go to the new info desk. Uno kind of reminds me of Mr. Libido from Yakuza 0. So it's not Operation Panties. We're looking for Mika-chan from Rub and Tux.
Yeah.
No. Sumiki Street. Which is really far south. Please. I'm not watching where I'm walking. Everyone move out of the way. Hard away from me. And there he is. The man of the hour.
遊ぶ気もあれせんのに。
なんでだよ
これでも3。
お品田本物の信じ 働きなよ。
てめえが言う。
ちょっと。
金が。
なん
俺は
別に。
嫌なこったい。だが
参ったな。
しな
I have to chase him down. Oh no, we don't have to chase him down. So Uno really wants to hang out with a girl, so Tatsuki is gonna ask for Shinada's phone, like for his phone, his work phone number, Uno's like acupuncture clinic, and Tatsuki's gonna pretend to be a client who's a potentially a very attractive
もし
woman,
もしはい
and then to get him back into his place.
あのエロ親父
じゃあ
And that's how he convinced Uno to get back. Yeah. Pretend. Oh, and while we're going there, basically the entire town is trying to kill Shinada.
シャだ危うく
Because Shinada is investigating the town's conspiracy. Not just the conspiracy of wyverns. The entire town is in on it. So it's not just bad luck. Everyone's out to kill him. Or at least hurt him badly so he doesn't get pursue it.
なんなんだ
That's how you explain it's not one person. So at first I thought maybe, you know, one or two people, like a organization. It makes you feel like it's an organization, but it's the entire town. The entire town is the organization.
あ
And this is Uno finds out and then actually he ends up
あのや
going to take a massage anyways.
15年ぶりだな。
And now this is where they reminisce about their old baseball days.
宇野さん。
チームに帯同してだからそう
And then he reveals that he was fired after he was banned.
知らなかっ
お互いか。
いや
どうした。得をした人間。
た。ヤク
覚えてねえか。お前の八百
Yeah,
長容疑が
match
きっかけ。
fixing.
当時。あ、
This is where you talk about Tojo and Omi
なん。
as a match fixing or like a betting business.
よし。あた。
は
ま。
じゃあ
ん
When he pick up the phone, he get reminded about an incident. When he picked up the phone, because how he encountered that guy that ends up being the whistleblower, I think, is that the guy came in for a massage, and then he forgot his phone. So then Uno went to pick it up to return it to the guy, and then the guy freaked out on him because he wasn't sure if Uno looked at his phone because it would have a history of numbers that would implicate him in the match rigging.
ほら。
あ
あれ。
あ
そうだ。
And we meet this guy later. Yeah, Manabe.
真鍋は。あの。
Manabe is the guy.
そう。
マナ
ああ。そ
And
の
he just
後
happens to be he has a
Ichido-
yakiniku
Yaki-
place close by here. So small world. It's not well, so it's not a small world because everything is conspired against Shinada. So everything that felt like a coincidence, like, oh yeah, small world, he's like nearby and stuff. It's like, no. They're all nearby because they're all trying to make sure that Shinada stays in the dark. Which kind of sucks. Like, someone's gonna try to run him over again. I mean, or, yeah. It's basically like an episode of The Truman Show. They wanted Shinada to just go about his life, living in obscurity, and that everyone around him is maintaining that facade of like a life, that whatever life he has, but really they're all keeping him from the reality of the nature. And then as he's going and digging, Daigo pretty much put a wrench in everything, and now he's just finding out that his entire life outside of Tatsuki's in the dark too. So of all the characters that really stuck out, it was Tatsuki. Even though Tatsuki's also lying to Shinada right now, because he's not part of the Yakuza at all. Actually, Tatsuki is a really honest. He's a pretty honest person who works. He has a kid, but there was a point where Shinada and me, I guess, we were given the impression that he's married, like he has a wife, but Takatsuki didn't said like, what do you mean I'm married? So I don't know if it's like a significant other or something, but he has a kid. So it's kind of weird, but I'm gonna need some clarity on that then when we do our victory lap. Pay a little more close attention, I guess. Because he does talk to someone on the phone at some point, and it sounded like a husband-wife thing, but it was made to sound like that. So now we go to the yakiniku place that's run by Manabe. Manabe. Oh, Manabe.
本当
Yeah.
思い出してもらえ。
身なりが変わっても
バッと
うん
品田
学さん。
何の
おいそれともあからさまな脅しだな
右脳に聞きたいこと言うのは
はい。
ほんなら
確認して。
話したるわ野球誰からの指示そのあんたは肉も客に出される肉手間暇かけてきれいに野球にだってだでよ知らんでいいんだよ
俺にとって。
真鍋さんあんたはもう野球界離れてる
思わんこと
危険。
実際ワイバーンズから滝
事故。
だでもうはい
そう
もう帰れ
最後に一つ聞かせてください。危険だということは
結果的に
俺が追放されて。
これ以上首を
店長。
おお
Basically, Manabe spilled the beans that he was instructed to steal signs to rig, but he keeps warning them that it goes much deeper than that, and there are bigger players at hand. But he did confirm that what happened to Shinada was an accident. Basically, Shinada was just doing something unplanned because he was out of the loop. He was pretty much the only member of the team that was out of the loop of the match rigging stuff. So now we head back to Uno and relay the information of that Manabe shared. Yeah, I really want a good weapon. His knife is already maxed. Like his knife skills are already maxed. It's like, it's still meh. Not good enough. Just isn't enough oomph. Go back to Uno.
そうか。
八百ち
答え
焼きだけどやっぱり渡航した
So now they're trying to figure out about the Yakuza, why they would want to out Tojo and Omi in the betting business, the baseball betting business.
いや、東上会と近江が
So then they know that it lines up with the Nagoya family, the Nagoya family rising to prominence. But the Nagoya family has no like entity. There's no like patriarch or something. They're just like this clandestine group, which turns out to be just all the civilians.
得意
だ
名古屋組だ
Yeah.
確か
まさ
野球賭博を
それが品田
名古屋組か
And then this is where like so the Nagoya family is the one that profits. Then now Tatsuki's bluff, his lie, comes to surface because he says he's connected with the Nagoya family, but the Nagoya family doesn't exist. And Tatsuki only uses it as a form of like pressure, credibility as a loan shark.
まだ
なんで
俺は別
高杉さん
すまん
え
1年前に実
じゃあ
なんだと
ケツ持ちのいねえ金
こんな
So much lying.
とにかくこれで高杉さん
So now he's gonna go to the minister. I totally forgot his name. It's like Tsukijima? Something like
でも
that?
でも
Nijoyjima?
言わないか
Nikojima?
ガス漏れてんぞ窓開けろ窓
Oh yeah. Peeps.
誰だ
Time to chase. Oh my gosh, please game. Come here, you butthead. What the? We have so much stamina, man. Is this guy running faster? Holy heck. That guy just put on the afterburners. Death. Gotta keep everyone quiet.
あそこの屋上。
屋上って。
視力は 2.0。
どんなやつ。
なんでこ。ワイバー。
Former Wyvern player. Sakai.
酒井さん。答えろよ。
The conspiracy thickens because now he learns that other teammates were in on it.
酒井さん。
元気に勝手だいうことは分かる。
Oh, this one has the annoying like
そんなもん持って。
forklift thing.
許してほ。
品田。チームのために犠牲になる。品田。
This guy has like a bittersweet thing. He admires, he respects Shinada or feels sorry for him in a way for being an honest baseball player, but also being the scapegoat that that preserved Nagoya's like prominence, rise to prominence, but also respects him as a baseball player. But he has to do what he has to do to keep the family safe, basically. The family being the town, the city. Wow, so he can actually sidestep that. I can't actually block that. And he basically just fully timed that perfectly. Does this even hurt? Oh. Oh. Get out of my face. And then this guy dies too.
酒井さん。頼むから話し。
So he continues to reveal. the greater scheme, and this is where it all comes together, where more and more peeps come out of the woodwork. You find out that find out even down to like Milky-chan and stuff. Oh, but before then, there's a flashback
本当にいいんですか
where
もちろん
Akatsuki was one of Shinada's original fans,
でも
and he caught the home run ball.
ほらそ
At
のボ
least
ールが
that's what's
一
implied.
応こ
So
れ
he
も証拠
signs
品
the
に回
home
し
run ball and gives it to
Huh?
or not?
品田達夫さん
Oh, maybe not. It was kind of implied there, but huh. He never handed the ball to him or handed back the ball, because that was Takatsuki asking Shinada to sign a ball for him, which I like to believe that was the home run ball. And eventually he gets it, but it looks like the detective
ええ
anyways.
加減は
Which the detective is not in the pockets of any of the peeps yet. So they were just doing their jobs. And then he reflects on all the stats that he collects.
プロのスコアどうしたんだよこれ
いや
まさかお前
やめられない
お前なんで
高杉さんプロの世界じゃあ
でなんだそれ
真鍋さんは俺が球界を確かにデータを見る限り素人目にはわからないレベルだが
なるほどな
それだけじゃないそれまでの地元出身の
それじゃ酒井ってやつが言ってた話と逆じゃねえかあれって
そうなんだよ酒井さんの言っていた名古屋ってのはチームのこともっと大きな
町
俺も高杉さんも
15年前
ああそれなら持ってこい商店街会長をしてるダイニングバー牛島の店長牛島さんだ
Ushijima was the guy's name, the minister.
さてと
マシナジョ
Yeah, Ushijima. That's where that summarized that he basically looked at the statistics and realized that the team changed almost completely to fit like the performance and stuff for the batting, for like the rigging, the match rigging. And he collected it for a while now. And it checks out that there's something suspicious going on. And the only other person that has a big connection to the infrastructure of the city is his minister friend who's in the government. Ushijima. And he runs a restaurant here, which we got introduced to him once before, earlier on. And it's gonna flash to like the newspaper here on the counter, which is supposed to give it away, but I can't read that. But it's supposed to give away that he's involved in keeping track of that stuff.
何こんな時間に付け代払い
いや
付け代を
あああんたか
どういう風に聞いてるか知らない
ま俺として
あ当然
Pay out his tab.
で
名古屋
おお
ちょっと仕事で
例えばそう
なんだ
どうして
俺らは
恩義
15年前
今
当時ほんでも15年前の俺はろくに登場会この辺が
名古屋
あんた
あんたら
Basically, Ushijima tells them that they owe the livelihoods to the Nagoya family because the Omi and Tojo were caught in a turf war, and whenever they do like betting and whatnot, the violence spills over to the city. So having that scandal that happened caused the baseball league to be under the scrutiny of the police department, and that's when Tojo and Omi Alliance left the city, and it's owed to the now Nagoya family who rose from that, the family that safe protects everything and whatnot. But Ushijima works for the Nagoya family to keep up the policing and stuff. And then now Milky is kidnapped at the warehouse in the port, but she's part of the Nagoya family, so it's all a setup, really.
高崎さん
タグ
ああそうそう
Everyone's in on it. Everyone's lying. They all lie. It makes when we're gonna do our victory lap, I want to see how many clues there are that demonstrate that you should have not, like, that hinted that everybody was in on it. Oh yeah, and Uno gets attacked too. So we check on Uno first. Can avoid that guy. Do I need healing items for the upcoming? It's fine. The forklift section is scary. I don't know if on legendary we're gonna have to worry about the forklift section. I'm pretty sure we're okay. Heal through it, I suppose. I still don't know how to avoid it. Like, avoid the forklift hitting you.
しっかり
俺が後で俺も行くから
はい
It's a really fast forklift. Incredibly fast. Alright, so Tatsuki is taking care of Uno. Oh, and there's the last sub-story. Let's go see what it is. It seems like everyone's sub-stories except 2 are available for the final chapter. So everyone has 2 sub-stories available in the finale. Let's see what this sub-story. I really want another weapon. Maybe we should stop by Kamiyama just to see if we can make a better weapon we can use. Maybe something with incredibly high durability or something. Oh wait, here it is. Not you. Yep. Lack of targeting. It took him so long to recover from that attack. Holy, like, look at how long that is. Oh wait, Oh yeah, that's right. We have the... Oh. Actually, that's great. Hold up. Wait. Someone was calling for reinforcements when I couldn't even see them? Come on. Why can't I, like... I'm trying to throw other... Am I missing a throw? No, that doesn't... That's not really great. He doesn't have like a multiple throw. Like a throw that it's more than one person. Is it you? Oh, it's the editorial staff guy, the person who works in the same place. Oh, Shinada-san, am I glad to see you? Oh yeah, from the magazine office. Fancy meeting you here. What's up? It's a big emergency going down. Everyone from the office is scouring the streets. It's our chance to score a massive scoop. A scoop, you say? Yeah, the pop idol Michiru Yamazaki is here in Kanecho. He's supposed to be meeting a girl on the side. If you catch my drift, we're all busting our butts to find him. Oh, so you're tabloid hunting. Have fun. Why are you talking like it doesn't mean a thing to you? Help us, Sonata-san. If you can catch him with that girl on camera, we'll throw you a decent chunk of change. Oh, really? You do know Michiru Yamazaki, don't you? He's a pop icon from Tokyo who's known for his clean and pure relationship with his beautiful fiancée. Michiru? No. The only other idol that we know is the guy from Korea. Got his name, but it's very short. Turns out he's a total scumbag, according to my sources. He'll sleep with anything that moves. Doesn't matter whether his targets are married or dating or what. He's a real butt. Even other celebrities have their girls stolen away, but they're afraid to go after him because of his powerhouse agency, so nobody's spoken out. And here's the kicker. There are rumors that he's been responsible for more than a few abortions. Some of the girls involved even went as far as slashing their wrists. What the? Oh, he's basically chaotic evil then. Is that a D&D joke? Did he just make a D&D joke? Or a very dark joke? Or reference? Well, despite all the rumors, they are still rumors though. He's slippery when it comes to invading the press. We can never get enough evidence to put him in his place. Anyway, we've caught wind that Yamazaki's in town. Being that he's away from his home turf, he's bound to be less wary. We're told he came without his usual posse, but he met this mysterious girl in private. This is our 1 in a million chance. Okay, I get the picture. I don't have a clue what this Yamazaki guy looks like. I thought you might say that. I have a photo of him right here. Can we see it? Holy hair! Oh, definitely can't miss that. As you can see, he has quite a distinctive appearance, so he shouldn't be hard to spot, I'll say. It's like a shark fin or something. Eh, looks like he's got a chicken roosting on his head. Yep. That's a good one. Jonathan, listen carefully. There's no point in taking pictures of Yamazaki on his own. If you spot him, hail him discreetly until he's alone with the other girl. If you can get shots of them going into a hotel or something, it'll be a huge win for us. Where could he possibly be, though? The nature is a lot of ground to cover. If we knew that, we wouldn't be pumping all our resources into finding him. Right now, we're assigning each reporter a certain area in order to blanket the town. Jonathan, can you cover Umano Boulevard for us? That's the one area we'll spread thin. Alright. We're counting on you? Alright. That's like up here, isn't it? Yeah. So just one street over before we do the MSQ. Advance into the finale. Are we supposed to ask random passerby like those guys over there? Kinda looks like it. Huh. Yoshijima's place is closed today. I guess I'll have to find... Oh, that's because he's out there scheming. Yoshijima is scheming right now. No one's gonna mind. Come real talk. Where's the harm in drinking? Okay.
Yeah.
Nope. So we're looking for a guy with an incredibly tall hairstyle. Huh. Don't see. What the heck? No, 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 no. And you suck too. Alright, maybe we'll do it later. Oh, right. Oh. Days for 8 billion light years. Oh my gosh. I can't actually get that, but it kind of flashes every once in a while. I tried judging it. Alright. Let's just go and we'll get it later. The forklift though. It's the forklift. Alright. Only bad things. It ends with a fight with Manabe. Manabe. She's in on it. She apologizes.
たっちゃん
Ushijima. Ushijima. But the Takatsuki comes to the rescue though. Our bro Takatsuki.
Shireda.
牛島
危険な目にあった
信じね
いいのか。
俺はあんた町で俺お前ら全員
ほうだ。
牛島さんでもそうしろ誰あんたら
誰なんだよ。
ミルク
ええわ。
It's okay. Akatsuki comes to rescue. And then he like dips out and then we're stuck fighting. Wait, yeah. Just freaking pieces out. I think this is the most reliable strategy. You just slide around and pick them. And then do a reverse? Yeah. So you slide and then do a reverse, you can even hit them on the ground, which is what's so OP about the slide. And you can just do a reverse grab. Ow. Of course you will be hit stun for the longest wind up. Just run around and slide. Okay. And here's the freaking forklift section. All it does is freaking jab you 8 billion times. Freaking. What the? There's a little alcove. Oh my gosh, dude. This thing is so toxic. Oh, it only takes 2 hit attacks. So freaking ridiculous. You little butthead. Alright. Good enough.
こちらだこっちだこっちだ早く
The scariest forklift of all time. Get forklift. Who boosted the forklift? Alright. Mr. Double Pipes. He had other bros, right? No. Whoop! Whoop! Oh, this is new. Huh. Is it because he has a weapon? Whoa! Yup! He runs away though. And then he has other peeps come over time. So annoying. Oh, hey, this is a pole. Well. I don't know if you can slide when you have a pole equipped. Suplex. Arm barring. Oh wait, that's the whole Tanemura. Wow, that's the whole Tanemura heat thing. Wow. Wait, you can do that? What is the conditions for that? That's the entire Tanemura chain for his heat. Ow. I tried to pick up the gun. Of course. Wait, can I just run to the end? Do I even need to oh, I do. Dang. And guns just don't do anything. Dude, poles are actually OP. Holy heck. Are there any other poles around? Can't grab that. No? Can I get any more weapons? Sword? Oh, it's per slash though. Oh no, it only uses one. Okay. Throw a ward off. Ow. Of course it would track. And I want to access my menu, but that dialogue stopped it from happening. Careful. Wait, is that it? Yes. Alright. And then we get Butthead again. Now with friends. Butthead with friends. Suplex. Yeah, this is... So you can trigger this while they're getting up, I think. As they're getting up. And behind them. The whole Tanemota sequence. Doesn't really do that much, though. It scales pretty hard on a unique, on an elite. Well. Well. Whoa. Wow, that doesn't do very much. Holy heck, it's so weak. It does like 15% for that entire animation. Whoa! Nah. And he runs away again. I guess we can heal up here. Yoink. More peeps. Ow. Oh, hey. Oh yeah, the critical art. Whirlwind essence. Oh. That is so good. If only if it wasn't climax heat. Is this multi? No. Feels bad. Weapon breaks mid combo. Whoa. Whoa. Hiya. Are you still fighting someone back there? Oh no, you got it. Our boy, Takatsuki's got it. Is that a gun? No. No guns. Butt kick. Come here. Throw this at him. Whoa! Nah, hands off my boy. And he runs away again. Hi, gun. Of course he just, yes. Of course he just points at, yes, exactly. That's basically Yakuza in a nutshell. Just randomly points in the regular, another direction. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, you need to do it against a wall. I see. So if a person's down against a wall. Okay. Wait, is that a stun? Is that the stun gun? Oh no. It's just a pistol. Does he just stop there or does he continue? Oh, he does. Alright. Wait, wrong way. Alright, we're finally here. Can't see him. Camera doesn't want to turn around. Oh! Nice try. Alright. And then now, Manabe, 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 shows up. And now it's a 1 against 1. Dragging! Doesn't really do that much. Hey. Wait, can I slide against him? Oh! He recovers immediately. Oh, no, he doesn't actually. This slide is so OP. Unless I, you know, run myself into it. And he auto stands you. See, that is cheap right there. Wow. It's a double trait. Right, I remember this being a really, really cheap fight. So I'm gonna be cheap too. Oh, wait. Oh no. So now we just gotta bait his long thrust. So cheap. That is so freaking cheap. It's way more active than it looks. Did that miss? Oh, it didn't. It's just the ending, I think. Yeah. Freaking when he raises his knife, it's an active before he thrusts. This is where he shares that he finds Shinada admirable. I don't know if he dies here. Remember. He calls it's Fujita. Fujita is the person that picks up. Yeah, so Fujita is the person who orchestrated everything. And basically his whole world crumbles. The entire charade falls apart. Meanwhile, though, another player enters. The 7th chairman shoots Fujita to keep it silent because and this is an incredibly complex double play. Daigo came down to get Shinada to do all this stuff, which triggers Fujita and the everyone in the Nagoya scheme to go into action. And because they go into action, it implicates other things. And because of that other thing, it moves the seventh chairman, who's going by the name Serasawa, to get involved. And it's all according to Daigo's plan. Because Daigo needs to flush out the person who's really pulling the strings. And it's Serasawa, but he's really the seventh chairman of the Omi Alliance. So this play that he does here, where he tries to silence Fujita, Daigo was expecting him to do something, and that's what he did. He basically revealed himself, and then now Daigo shows up, trying to give Shinada the money for doing the job, basically. I think this is where we fisticuffs.
どうした？
いくつかほ
待て。直接聞こう。
Yeah, so he contacts Daigo. Oh, we have to step out for a moment. I still have trouble getting into the pattern of accenting the correct syllables in names. I keep calling him Shinada, but it's Shinada. And I go back and forth a lot of times. It's not it's not Fujita, it's Fujita, for example. And it sounds weird every time I hear myself say it. Say it in accenting it like in an English speaker. The Victory Road qualifier randomly. I'm supposed to pass time. I don't remember what I'm supposed to pass time with. Oh, I gained a level. Yes, we need this. Recover health slightly using the heat gauge. Oh, is this Asura? Yeah, it's Asura's spirit. It's the end game. I'm supposed to do something, but I don't really need to. Because he just, like, contacts me anyways. You know what is not here? Wait, there's another sub-story? What's not here is, the, Mita Mita. The IF8R thing. I didn't encounter... Okay, never mind. Here's Daigo. We'll do the rest later. Get to the final chapter. That'll be a good stopping point as we change gears. Gotta get to the finale. Daigo is the final fight. We fisticuffs with Daigo to show his resolve. Oh, no. It's not the final fight. It's the fight with Sawada, yeah, at the baseball field, because he decides to go with Daigo, which has a really cute, like, endearing scene. And he's like, on second thought, and he goes to the baseball field to clean up and have closure with Sawada, his rival from Gigant's. And then you have to fight like 8 billion people on the football field, on the baseball field.
Ah, 15年前
He explains everything to Daigo.
まるで。でも、
お前をさ
今朝、牛島、
つらい。
真相、
どういうこと？
昨日の夜、藤田さん、
酒井
それだけじゃ。牛島さん、絶対に。
謎のそう。なるほど。俺
And then now Daigo reveals his connection. He's a high school dropout from the same high school as
ご苦労だった。
Shinada. They both went to Kamuro High. He had to drop out because he was
ここから
defending
先は
he was defending
俺の仕事。
Kamuro Pride.
もう
That's why he dropped out. He entered a fight that was trying to basically stop the people from ruining the baseball game. So while Shinada was playing for the baseball team and having a shot to make it, I think it's Koshin too, the Koshin tournament. Daigo caught wind of Yakuza getting involved in preventing his school team from competing. So he went out and took matters into his own hands, and he had to drop out of high school because of that. And that's how he's related to the whole baseball thing, and how he knows Shinada, and how they are both in the same high school.
確か
Big stretch, but
大学
3年の夏にちょっと揉め事を
yeah,
起こした。
third year.
それで退学。
And
結局
he ended up graduating though from juvenile
カム
detention.
ロ工業の
カムロコってや、
俺だ。
覚えてる。でも、決勝戦の前日になって急に。
で、結局甲子園では1回戦で
Yeah,
沢
and
田
then
が
they
いた中京
ultimately
学院
lost at Koshin 2-1, which is what his side story is about. The team where he took the swing,
夢
ああ、
and then he talks about dreams,
What?
which is the theme
Baka.
of
そうやって
Shinada's
当時でも俺は助
whole chapter about inspiring people
だもう
and their dreams.
全てに勝って今はとりあえず安心しろ。東京に着いたらまた連絡する。
He tells him that he'll go to Kamurocho too,
力で止めるしかないってこと。
instead of just taking the money and being free of it all.
死ぬと分かっている場所に
But to
行か
test
せるわ
his
けにはいかない。
resolve, they
ご
duke
苦
it
労
out
としても
Yakuza
お
style.
前の友人としてもな。
俺がそんなにやわな男かどうか確かめてみるんだな。
覚悟はいいな、達夫。
ああ。
Oh, and this song is fantastic. It's the only time this song shows up in the game, though. At least so far. Maybe it's a Victory Road thing. I don't know. Holy heck, I don't even know how I approached Daigo. His rush combo's so long. What the freak? Has a evasive strike into an instant stun. And heavies are not allowed. And he instantly turns after a light. and input reads no matter what from the front into an instant stays and a command grab after. Like, what the heck, dude? And then now he's probably armored from behind. Thank you, camera. I got ripped off on camera right there. Camera doesn't rotate around there. That's a counter state. Oh wait, I can throw him in the counter state. I remember that. And I can't seem to hit him on the ground there. Oh, he can counter a throw. No whiff punish. He has positive frames on whiff. So he can actually counter a throw. So I don't know why I can do it every once in a while. 7-hit rush combo. You have to quick step 2 times in a row to get behind. Can't block that. It breaks guard. Yep. No possible way to. Yeah, I think we just brute force this. Yeah, because he has no weaknesses other than trading. Yeah, he instantly turns around from one light attack. It's so annoying when a boss can do that. Yeah, instantly turn around from a light attack. No stun whatsoever. The stun actually turns him around, the hit stun. So you just 1-2 him the entire time to death, probably. Actually, nope, can't 1-2 him. All with positive. You get no counterplay. You just keep trading until he's dead. Breaks your guard right away. And then you get stopped by this. Good thing Daigo doesn't have too much HP on normal, because this would be a slug. A slug out. Just keep going at him. On Legend, we're gonna use a weapon probably. So they agree. Then they head out.
なら達夫
We're ready.
そうあ言った
He asked him about the money, and he said he gave it away already. And he really gave it away to Tatsuki, which was a really touching moment.
ごめんもういいんだ
He basically asked for a few moments, and what Shinada did was clean up his room and then left the money for Tatsuki to find, which is a very, very cute moment. And this was pretty cute too. This is when Actually, I kind of want to see this scene again. It's the perfect combination of too serious and too goofy together.
悪いね。全く手持ちの金なくて。はい、お釣り。
ああ、いや、いい。
マジで？やっぱりさ、登場会の会長になると小銭とか持たないんだね。
おい、
え？
これでも素性を隠して行動してるんだ。頼むぜ。
やばい。はあ、結構ヤクザってのも大変なんだな。
He sees the news that Sawada got traded. Sawada got traded to the Wyverns.
これってあの沢田のことか。
俺はとんで
Sawada
もない勘違いをしていたのかもしれない。
did it again.
何のことだ？
So now he goes and meet Sawada at the baseball field, and then this is the scene where Tatsuki checks up on his bro. It's unlocked.
あれどこ行けかったんだあいつ。
It's all tidied up. And left the money for Tatsuki.
ボールとお金返します。余ったお金は息子さんと娘さんのプレゼントにしてください。
The home run ball.
俺まだ結婚もしてねえっつの。
I don't know if that means he doesn't have a kid. It was just all like a bluff. Like he pretended like he had a kid and a wife. It's like numbskull kind of thing, like knucklehead.
沢田。
One last pitch.
藤田さんとの約束だったんだ。
気づかなかった。
So Sawada reveals that he had an arrangement with Fujita that when Nagoya raises to prominence and wyverns are not part of rigging anymore, that he returns to his hometown because Sawada is from Nagoya.
お前、俺がこっちの出身だってことは知ってるよ。
ああ。
だが結果お前は全く関係の。
でも。
ああ。
どうしてだよ。高校の時の友達。俺やお前はこの。もう聞いてるだろう。そうだ、これ。
やはりお前。
何？
名古屋組、俺。
最後。
お前だよ。それ。今朝
どういう。
それは。
近江。
あれが答えさ。藤田さんも俺も。
Oh yeah. And then the final icing on the cake is that the Omi alliance has their slight hand in it with all the scheming with the betting rigging and thing. And in the end, it's still the Omi Alliance that is pulling all the strings because of Setasawa,
ある組織
Setakawa,
近
whatever
江
his
連
name
合
is.
の出身団体名古屋組はそれまでずっと
近江連合が近江
そして俺も藤田監督も
なんだと
本当だ
まさか豊戦でカムロ
そう
Oh,
No,
and
I
then
don't think
they finally
What?
revealed that
そ
the
れで俺
whole
らと
conflict
つま
that Daigo was involved in was still a Tojo and Omi
So-
alliance conflict
そもそも
way, way back, even when they were in high
完
school.
全
So
そう
all the stuff, his entire
お
life
前が
was embroiled as crossfire between Tojo, Omi alliance, and like
じゃ
Nagoya in general. The
Fuji-
rivalry, everything. But the one thing that it was real was the rivalry, the true rivalry between Sawada and Shinada as a pitcher to a batter. So Sawada owns up, shoots his observer, and they team up and kick the crap out of the Kuroa family, who is a front for the Omi Alliance, who's been controlling all of Fujita and Nagoya family stuff. Ow, ow. Yep. And then now you fight a bunch of people who surround you, who are hyper aggressive. And you have a character that basically does nothing to multiple targets. I just got grabbed out of 8 billion miles away. What the heck, man? Okay. I don't think we know what happened to Sawada. I think he just went to prison. Actually, I don't know because then the other people made it out. Like all the civilians turned themselves in. Like Milky-chan and them turned themselves in already. But then they were exonerated. Sliding is the GOAT. Best dash attack ever. So far, anyways. Unlike that drop kick. Freaking Kiryu's drop kick. Slide around. It's like a baseball slide, actually, now that I think about it. It reminds me of a baseball slide. I guess we didn't fight Sawada. thought we did. I think we fight him after this. Yeah, we do the pitching, the last pitching thing. Super touching.
いいだろう。
And it's like a cutscene pitch.
次が7球目。15年前と同じ。次の球で終わりだ。
The fastball.
ホームラン。
I mean, he threw the curveball. Sorry.
どうして
The thing is, I'm pretty sure he threw a curveball instead of a straight to rewrite what he did before, but Shinada was onto him. And then this is where Serizawa comes in and takes out Fujita. And then we enter the finale, which goes super fast. So we'll probably start with whenever we're allowed to go back to with each character. So we'll do them as they come. So Kiryu comes back, and Baba is tailing him. And we'll stop here once we get to the hideout. Oh my gosh. And just don't ever get surrounded by opponents in this game, like in this game series. Just don't do it. It's not worth the question marks you get, unless your guy has heat and it is procced off being surrounded by folks, which I didn't have heat for Essence of Terror. Do not let yourself get surrounded, because you just don't know which way your guy is gonna hit. It's pretty random. Oh yeah, that's right. No one's here. Not yet. Baba. And then we check Stardust. Wow, there really isn't a save point down here. We check Stardust.
Huh?
They're not there. Now we go to Public Park 3. Of course, they're just conveniently a person placed right in front of it. I got so used to Are we good? Hello? Okay. Where the heck did you come from? Oh, I went the wrong way actually. Oh, this is the... Yeah, it's to tell you that Kamuro Hills is open. And Yakuza 6 You don't have access to Kamurocho Hills. It gets roped off. Feels bad, man. Maybe one day. We need access to a hideout.
俺をつ
So now,
Yeah.
Baba comes.
ある人から
何
福岡でのご活躍も聞いて
その口ぶ
桐生さん
なんだ
東京に来たということは
答える
その様子だと
ここ
わかりました
We fight it out. Took it out.
行きますその決意確かめさせてもらいます
Baba shares about like Majima being used to draw him out. And Morinaga is part of the conspiracy. And Kitty's like, nah, I'll get involved. It doesn't matter what it takes. And we're just gonna tiger drop him in the face. Because tiger drop. Okay.
お前が口を聞けるあの人
Saijima.
さい
あなたならご無礼をお許しください
挨拶は
少し前
ああ
その前に俺は
最初
ね今桐生さんに
そうだ
わかります
Now we get to go back to the new Saruna. With Baba in tow. And then we should have access to the hideout. We meet Date-san and Mariko. Oh wait, Date-san is probably off on police force.
ごめんあら
久しぶりちょっと
今日
すまない
何か
それじゃあ
はいええそれで登場会は焦って
そして大悟は会長代行となった
そうです当初の計画では同時もしかし計画は失敗
計画の変更
ええ青山さんはむしろその逆
売る
そう
そんな
彼らの目的は一つは堂島会長に真島さんら
俺か
ええあなた
どうしてそんな周りから殺す必要があるなら
東京じゃなきゃダメなんですよ近江連合にとって堂島の
つまり近江は
はい3万人と言われる登場会の兵隊すべてそのためにあなたたちは
ということは
おそらくは
冴島とお前の
ええ
そういう
だから今こうして
それでこの
それを説明するにはそうです大阪北を拠点に組内最大の兵庫にそしてその
だが
ええ
He didn't reveal who it was. Huh. Did he? No, he didn't. It just goes straight to Saejima. So Baba there spills the whole beans. Basically, the original plan that Serizawa had planned for Fukuoka was to have Aoyama Aoyama to assassinate Daigo, but then Daigo disappeared, and Aoyama-chan took the opportunity to go off script and try to take over Tojo, which then Morinaga was instructed to kill Aoyama. And then his side of the story is he was supposed to get Saejima to move Saejima, break him out of prison, and then get him to come to Kamurocho. And Morinaga was used to bring Kiryu to Kamurocho because killing the two legends, Saejima and Kiryu, in Tokyo would send a message to the Chojo clan and weaken its hold in Kamurocho. So he spilled all those beans, talk about his relationship with Saejima. And then there was a third, and all the noise third players like Watase didn't know anything about it because Watase is behaving on his own, being manipulated by Serizawa as well. And then there he is, the Osaka detective, who is the 7th chairman of the Omi Alliance. Slowly and surely manipulating anyone.
ちょっと待っとけて。
悪い悪い。まあな、その後し
俺が逃げ出して。分かったら。
かも。
So this is where the Omi Alliance, 7th chairman, directs Saejima towards his next target, who is Osaka. Osaka's enterprises. What's his name? Katsugi? Yeah. Or Katsuya. So Katsuya is being moved here because he was manipulating, he was moving Akiyama and Haruka here to look for the letter from Majima. So he arrives here, and then the 7th chairman moves Saejima to pursue Kazuya.
で、もう登場。
Because both Kazuya and Watase are gunning for the Omi Alliance chairs, because those are the two most prominent candidates to replace the 7th chairman, this guy. So he's turning everyone against each other in Kamurocho, and the whole grand scheme of things is to set up his son Aizawa to inherit the Tojo clan. And everything else, really.
Katsuya Naoki, 45歳。だ。
Yeah, so he tells him about Katsuya.
どうする？俺は森永と勝也。
He tells him to go after Katsuya instead of focusing on Morinaga. But Morinaga is not even here anymore. What is later revealed that is Morinaga actually died because Aizawa took care of Morinaga, presumably. As opposed to the other way around. Kiryu, as a player who controls Kiryu, you are given the impression that Morinaga killed Aizawa, but actually Morinaga and Aizawa was in cahoots. But the next time you see it, I'm pretty sure Morinaga's not alive anymore. It just gets revealed later that he is 6 feet 4 feet under. I think that's the phrase. We're gonna save it because it's time to switch gears here. There's so much to unpack in this game. Like when we go review the MSQ run, it takes more than a whole day to even collect on the story. All right, we finally reached the finale though, so we can do all we can finally start working on really completing this list. We still haven't even crossed 30%, but this percentage is gonna get higher pretty fast. Like foods, right? Food and drinks. Mini games get knocked out really fast. Hostesses. Oh yeah, that's right. Wait. Can only be okay. It's one hostess per character? Interesting. City exploration. Wait. Are you telling me? Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh boy. All right. Okay, we'll see how. Yeah, it's gonna be a long road, but we consume pretty much most of the story stuff. All right. Well, this concludes the Yakuza 5 for today. Now we're gonna switch gears.